to I did now. A minute ago. Oh, Christina must have fixed it.
Good morning. This is the Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, April 3rd, 9:30 meeting. Will everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. Madam Chair, do you have any opening remarks?
We have only 3 cases on today, 2 this morning. The first case is Levittown. Mr. Bavone, you'll go first. The rest of you are all here on the second case. What we will do, and the way we usually proceed, is we do apply the rules of evidence a little more loosely than is done in the court. We'll let the applicant present the applicant's case, and then I think what we're going to do is just go down in order the sign-in sheet and let each person come up, have a few minutes to say what they'd like to say about the matter. If someone's already said some of the things that you wish to say, we do remember, and we have a transcriptionist taking down everything, so you don't have to repeat everything over and over. You can say, and what that person said I agree with, I disagree with, and here's why that is or isn't the case. We can't have 2 people talking at once. She has to take everything down. We'll end up taking a couple of breaks along the way so that she can rest her hands, get the blood flow back in it. I think that covers pretty much everything. We're going to, after we hear the first case, Mr. Owens is going to have everyone stand and swear you all in en masse so that we don't have to do it each time someone gets up to speak, okay? So, Patrick, go ahead and call the first case.
First, we have case 19424, Levittown. Levittown Chamber of Commerce, amusement rides special event. Duration May 23rd, 2024 through May 27th, 2024, also known as Town of Hempstead Parking Lot L2.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard M. Bavone, 308 East Meadow Avenue, East Meadow. Thank you. Appearing as the agent for the Levittown Chamber of Commerce, requesting a special event in Town of Hempstead Parking Lot L2. The dates, if approved, will be Thursday, May 23rd, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Friday, changing the time from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. because school's still open. So it'll be 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. Saturday will be 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday, 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. Monday would be 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. The event is managed by Dreamland Amusements, Inc. They've been handling this event for many years for the Chamber of Commerce. Following agencies have been notified in writing about the event and the dates: Town of Hempstead Sanitation, Town of Hempstead Parks and Recreation, Town of Hempstead General Services for the permission to use the parking lot, which the town board has not granted the use yet. It's supposed to be on the next calendar, so we're pending the issuance of a TBR from the town board. Unless you have. So, okay. Also, the chief of the Levittown Fire Department has been notified. The Wanto Levittown Volunteer Ambulance Corps has been notified. Nassau County Board of Health there will be applications filed by the food vendors for the proper licensing to serve food. A letter has been requested by the Nassau County PD, the 8th Precinct Commander. We're still pending that letter also. Also, the Nassau County PD Auxiliary Police Department has been notified. Sanitation cleanup is handled by Dreamland Amusements and Town of Hempstead Sanitation. Security is handled by Dreamland Amusements, Inc. And on our radius map, as we have been each year, Dreamland will provide a buffer to the neighbors, the residential neighbors, as they have been for many years. There'll be 18 to 24 rides at the event, and New York State Department of Labor will inspect those rides prior to the operation and starting of the event. This event has been operating for at least 25 years in Levittown, and this is their funding for the year. and they're respectfully requesting an approval.
And the music at 10 o'clock. The music will go off at 10 o'clock. I know you.
Yes,
know.
I didn't say that this time, I'm sorry, but yes, that is true. 10 o'clock.
Okay. Is that your case, Mr.
Yes,
Pavone?
it is.
Are there any other questions from the board, or do I have a motion?
I move that the hearing be closed. I'm sorry. I move that the case be granted as you presented it.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Have a good celebration.
Thank you very much.
Going back.
Next, we'll be calling case 9424, Belmore, SDL Belmore, LLC. Variance exceeds number of stories. Construct three-story apartment building, 28 units. Demolish existing building. Also known as 1373 Belmore Road.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the applicant, Daniel Baker, Greenberg Traurig, 900 Stewart Avenue, Garden City, New York, 11530. Yeah, you can I think everybody can give their.
Good morning, Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710.
Good morning, Christopher Robinson, President of R&M Engineering, 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York.
Good morning, Wayne Muller, R&M Engineering, offices at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York.
Thank you, and again, good morning all. I am appearing today on behalf of the applicant, SDL Belmore LLC, with regard to a single variance for the number of stories in its proposed redevelopment of the long vacant Temple Bethel building located at 1373 Belmore Road in Belmore. As already noted, I'm joined by Chris Robinson and Wayne Muller from Robinson & Muller Engineering, and Barry Nelson, who will be our real estate expert. I am also joined by the principal. I'm also joined by the principal of SDL Belmore, Scott Layton. He is not sitting at the table now, but he will also come and speak to you later on. The applicant is proposing to construct a 28-unit, 55 and over age-restricted apartment building on virtually the same footprint as the existing temple. We do have, did you get the packages? Okay, you're being handed out packages right now that show the site plans and elevations that we have previously submitted, but for ease, we've given you that package.
So there's no change in these, right?
I'm sorry?
This is the same as what we have. This isn't
Correct.
usurping it.
That is correct. Again, the building that is proposed is virtually the same footprint as the existing temple. The proposed building will have 3 stories, the same as currently exists with the temple, and has already received approval from the town board for a change of zone from Residence B to the C8 Residence Zoning District. That was done on November 22nd, 2022. The proposed building requires only the variance for number of stories from 2.5 to 3, and is otherwise compliant for density, height, parking, setbacks, and lot coverage. We will cover this more later as I go on and as the other consultants speak. To your point, Madam Chair, not only are the plans the same ones that you've received, but they are virtually the same ones approved by the town board.
What do you mean by virtually?
Well, there were some tweaks I'll get to, like movement of a trash enclosure and other things. So the plans that they approved are the same as this, but the proposal originally started differently, and I'll explain that a little bit later. Meaning there were some concessions and changes that were made after community feedback and feedback from others at the town board hearing.
All the changes, however minor, that were made either by way of the requests or feedback from the board and/or requests for feedback for the community.
That's correct, and revised plans were submitted to the town board before they approved it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The subject premises is located at 1373 Belmore Road in Belmore. It's also known on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map as Section 56, Block 223, Lot 64. It is on the east side of Belmore Road, approximately 367 feet south of Linwood Avenue. Subject property is approximately 1.43 acre parcel, currently improved with a 3-story vacant building owned by the successor to Temple Bethel, which merged with another temple from East Meadow several years ago. Again, this building has been vacant now for quite some time, at least 3 to 4 years. Again, the town board approved the change of zone from Residence B to CA on 11/22 of '22, and I can hand up copies of the resolutions granting the approval. We'll note that prior to the original hearing date of February 15th, 2022, and also after and before the town board made its ultimate decision, applicant had several community meetings with neighbors and civic groups to discuss the project. This also included the superintendent of the North Belmore School District. After hearing concerns of those in attendance at both the town board and community meetings, the applicant made the following changes. First, they took what was going to be a market rental project and made it 100% 55 and over age restricted, which will be bound by covenants and restrictions which were accepted by the town board on March 12th of 2024, and which will be recorded with the Nassau County Clerk upon approval, hopefully from this board, and ultimately at a closing of title from the transfer of the property to the applicant, SDL Belmore. I also have copies of the resolution accepting the declaration of CNRs and the form of CNRs that were accepted. And I will note that the copy of the resolution that I have, while it has the item number and case number, is not the one that ultimately had the votes on it. I did receive that early this morning. I'd asked for it, but I only got it this morning before I had, or after I had come here today, so I can send those in and give you the final approved
Okay, I'm
resolution.
sorry. What's the date of that resolution, Christine?
March 12th of 2024.
Okay, and the one that you just received this morning, how does it differ from the one?
It just shows the votes 6-0 in
It is
favor.
otherwise identical.
Otherwise identical.
Okay, thank you. But do give us a copy of that when you...
I will do so. So the change to 55 and over eliminates an issue that was of concern, which was that of school-age children. As I stated earlier, I think it was supported by the school district through the superintendent. At that time, the superintendent advised us that, quote, "Given the change, the Board of Education agrees that the project does not impact school enrollment," close quote. Since that time, which was back around the town board hearing, we have had further discussions with the superintendent as recently as the original date that we came to this board and it was adjourned. And again, she had restated the support that the school had for the project and that they had no issue with our application. I'm not sure that she's here today, but certainly if she is, she can speak for herself, but that was what was relayed to me. The second change was that applicant replaced the then 4 3-bedroom units as originally proposed with 4 2-bedroom units in all 4 corners of the 3rd floor. If you look at your plans and you see the top floor and you'll see the 2 front units, I don't know if you can see what's down here at all. Yeah, if you look at the plan, you'll see on the corners in the front and also in the back, those 4 units were originally 3-bedroom. They were changed to 2-bedroom. It was after hearing community feedback, and in doing so, it brought those 4 corners down from 3 stories, so that it gives a sure.
taken. The other one you said was
So as it relates to not the November resolution of town board, the other two you handed up, the one accepting the declaration of the covenants, there's two versions. Oh, I apologize. There's two versions of the second one you handed up. I can't tell, I'm not gonna look through them carefully enough to know if they're identical at this moment. But which of the two is the one that you received the executed copy? Neither of them are dated that I can find on quick glance. I know you said the one with the votes on it, you'll provide later because you just received it, but it's identical to one of the ones you already handed in. Just which one of the two that were handed in, is it the one that has the votes on it that you're gonna provide later? So I can read the language of it.
Correct.
Which of the two? The double space? Look, can you see these two? Which of these is the one?
So one of them is the resolution accepting, the other is the proposed declaration of CNRs.
Right, and so is
The
it?
declaration, the resolution,
Is
in
it-
essence, accepts the
Right.
proposed form of covenants and restrictions.
Correct.
Those are going to be ultimately signed and recorded with the
Correct.
Nassau County Clerk.
But is this the resolution that you're going to provide us the copy with the votes on it later?
It will. It is.
Okay, and you said I just trying to get the date onto it. Did you say May 12th?
March 12th.
March 12th. Okay, that's all I needed to do.
I didn't have that in. I don't know where the guy, she must have got it.
Okay, you can proceed.
Yeah, and just so we're clear, what you're holding in your hand right now, I did not submit that. Meaning that in your left hand, if you show me that? Correct. I did not hand that in. Okay. Oh, my apologies. Yes, that is. I didn't realize you put the stickers and the stamps on there. My apology. Yep, we're fine.
So, okay, go ahead, proceed.
So again, just pointing out that those corners were changed. The effect was to reduce the height on those corners by 11 feet. In addition, at the time, the center soffit was lowered nearly 3 feet. So all of these changes acted to give the appearance of shrinking the building exterior and mass, while all continuing to be less than the allowable height under the CA district requirements of 35 feet. So there was never an issue that it was higher than the required 35 feet, but by doing this, it just softened the appearance of the building.
And that eliminated, was it 4 3-bedroom apartments?
Yes, again, it changed them from 4 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms to 2 bedrooms.
There were 4 of them that.
Correct. The third change, at the request of some of the neighbors to the rear of the property, was to move the enclosed garbage dumpsters, which were closer to the rear property line, closer to the back of the building. That was done along with the already proposed heavy landscape buffering that would go along the entire rear of the property, meaning not only the rear property line, but the back side property lines behind the proposed building as well. And finally, another change that the applicant made after its original proposal was to maintain 3 of the units for preference by United States veterans who are 55 and over. This condition is also set forth in the covenants and restrictions that will be recorded and will be administered through the town and other local agencies on Long Island who help to administer things like that. So everything approved by the town board now remains unchanged, so there's no changes since then. This is the exact project approved under that change of zone application. The proposed building is a 28-unit, 55 and over, high-end luxury building with only 1 and 2 bedroom units. All of the apartments will be market rate with high-end appliances and finishes. There is no issue with parking, as there are 67 spaces provided for 28 units, as is required by the town code. They're all located at the rear of the building, and there's no need for parking on the street. All deliveries will be made at the rear of the building. Mr. Muller will speak later about parking and traffic, and he'll give you a better detail on that. In addition, and not present at the table now, but he will come up after the consultants speak, but Scott Layton, who is the principal of SDL Belmore, is an experienced builder. He's committed to creating high-end luxury products. He has done so before. I've worked with him on other matters. He is committed to doing so here. And I would point out before I ask Mr. Robinson to give you a little overview of the site, that during the process, it was actually very interesting that people came to us during the community meetings and also at the town board meeting to let us know that they are seniors who live in the area, whether it be in Belmore, Merrick, East Meadow, or others, that would like to see something like this available to them, something that's a little more high-end in nature and new, but allows them to sell their homes and still remain in the same community that their children and grandchildren now live without having to buy an expensive condo, but be here and be close to them in something that will, fit into the community and keep them close. So,
Pardon me, but when you say deliveries, are we just talking about, someone orders furniture or something?
yeah,
There's no food.
whatever it might be.
Oh,
No,
there's
no.
food. Some of the new places now have little cafeterias and stuff.
No,
None of that.
There's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. But I think the point I'm making simply is that nothing has to happen on Belmore Road. In fact, the way the building is oriented, I guess technically the front entrance of the building is at the rear of the building. So it's set up and designed that the parking is back there. That's how people will come and go, unless maybe they're walking in and out from the street. But in essence, the back is the front. With that, I would now ask Chris Robinson to take you through the site.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris Robinson from R&M Engineering. I'll just give you a brief overview of the site. I think Mr. Baker handled most of it.
Hold on, Mr. Baker. Are you offering Mr. Robinson to give expert testimony?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell me the scope that you're proposing him?
Yes, Mr. Robinson is the civil engineer on this project. So
Okay.
he is well equipped with the site and can
Okay,
take you through this.
Mr. Robinson, you're a certified engineer?
Yeah, licensed professional engineer. I've appeared in front of this board numerous times over the last 38 years.
Okay, and since you last appeared before this board, have there been any changes to your credentials?
No, there has not.
Okay, then you're certified as an expert with regard to engineering, and you can testify as to your opinion related to that. For those of you in the audience who, when we qualify someone as an expert in a certain field, that allows them to give their opinion rather than just testify as to the actual facts. He will probably also testify to facts that he has knowledge of, but he can also give his opinion as to engineering matters, but it will be limited to expert testimony as it relates to engineering opinions. Go ahead.
Very good.
You can proceed.
Again, Chris Robinson, R&M Engineering. Just a brief overview of the site development. As Mr. Baker has said, it's a 1.43 acre parcel currently occupied by a temple, which had a footprint of roughly 12,561 square feet. We're proposing to raise that building and replace it with a 3-story apartment building housing 28 units, which have a slightly larger footprint of 14,486 square feet. The lot coverage would be 23.23%, which is well below the 35% permitted in the CA zone. The building itself is virtually in the same location as the temple that's there today. The front yard setback to Belmore Road is virtually the same. The northerly setback is actually a little bit increased on our proposed plan, as well as the rear yard setback is increased from what it is today for the temple. And the south one is actually a little bit closer, where we're going to build part of the building over the existing playground area that was on that side of the building. We're here today for a story variance. The CA zone permits 2.5 stories. We're proposing a 3-story building. The CA zone permits 35 feet above the average grade set forth at the center line of Belmore Road in front of the site. Our proposed height is 34 foot 3 inches below the 35-foot requirement. The average grade in front of the property at the center line of Belmore Road is at elevation 37.27. The first floor of the building is roughly 2.5 feet below the street level, which allows us to get that 3 stories in under the 35-foot height limit. As Mr. Baker talked about, the reduction of the 3-bedroom units to 2-bedroom units on the 3rd floor let us effectively lower the roof line at the 4 corners of the building to a 2-story height. bringing the building more in compliance with the 2.5-story section of the code, where it allows 3 stories of occupancy, but the soffit line has to be below the mid-level of the 3rd floor. So if you can see from the elevation here, the soffit lines are well below that 3rd floor, around the sides of the building and in the middle, essentially giving the appearance of the 3rd floor being more dormer-like, sticking up above the roof line. So it's designed to soften the overall appearance of the building to conform more with the residential neighborhood. The parking is all in the rear. We have a requirement of 4 spaces per 3 units in the zone. With 28 units requires 37.3 spaces plus 1 space per unit for guest parking, for a total of 66 required. We are providing 66 spaces. The rear buffer has been increased to below what's there today. It's a 9 foot at the north end and a little over 11 feet at the south end. Be heavily landscaped with a mixture of evergreen species in order to obtain a good green living wall year-round screening around the perimeter of the property. The entire front yard will be landscaped from Belmore Road to the building. There will be sidewalk and exits from the building, so we have pedestrian access with ADA accessibility out the west side of the building on the Belmore Road side that brings you up to Belmore Road. The primary entrance with the parking is at the rear side of the building. The property will be designed in full conformance with the Town of Hempstead zoning ordinance with respect to drainage, landscape, and will be connected to public sewer, public water, and we have already submitted this application to the Nassau County Fire Marshal's Office at the time of the change of zone and received their acceptance, obviously pending the full sprinkler designs and plans that will go in with the building department. Be happy to answer any questions the board or community may have.
Did you prepare any report?
I did not.
Okay, I mean, I get why you did, it's sort of, you were the structural engineer on the project, but, okay. I think any of us have any questions at this time for this witness.
Okay, thank you.
Can he stay here, though, so that if there are other, okay, thank you.
Yeah, we'll keep everybody up here. Thank you. I'll hand it over to Mr. Muller now, but before we do so, I just want to correct. I misspoke and said 67
Yeah.
spaces. The trash dumpster relocation took up that 1 extra space we had, so I should have noted that. So it's only 66, but only 66.
66 required, you said 67 required and provided. Is it now
It's 66.
provided, but is your required 66?
Yes, it was always 66 required. We just had an extra.
Right.
Now we relocated the
Okay.
trash dumpster. Thank you. Here's Mr. Muller.
Good morning. For the record, Wayne Muller with the firm of Robinson and Muller Engineering. Our offices are at 50 Elm Street in Huntington, New York.
Or are you being offered to provide traffic and parking?
That's correct.
Okay, and you've appeared before this board numerous times, I think most recently last Wednesday.
correct.
Since that time, have there been any adverse changes to your credentials?
No, there have not.
Okay, we'll accept your testimony, expert testimony as it relates to traffic and parking.
Thank you. As part of this project, we prepared 2 documents. The first document, which was dated February 4th, 2022, which was submitted as part of the town board application for the change of zone. And the second document is dated April 1st, 2024, which was prepared for this proceeding this morning. Both of those documents have been submitted to the board via email, I believe earlier this week, and I'd just like to briefly discuss the contents primarily of the April 1st, 2024 document as it represents an update to the document that we prepared dated February 4th, 2022. As indicated by Mr. Baker and Mr. Robinson, the proposal before the board this afternoon is for a variance in the number of stories for the proposed building.
Mr. Mueller, real quick. So the document from February 2nd of 2022, just so we have it in the transcript so we can reference it later, that is your initial, that's your standard report as to traffic and parking?
For the town board application, correct.
Okay, and then the document, what's the document that you've submitted today?
April 1st, 2024, that was provided to the board via email earlier in the week by Mr. Baker.
But what is it?
It's an update to the traffic and parking analysis that we prepared for the town board application.
So your other report, the one that you presented to the town board, that you submitted to us quite a bit prior to today?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything was submitted to the board earlier in the week.
So the updates is the only thing that was new to the file this morning?
I didn't bring, no, that was already submitted via email.
The updated?
Just to clarify, both of these reports were submitted earlier this week. The February,
22nd.
yes, thank you, of 2022 was originally submitted to the town board as part of that hearing.
Correct.
Then the second one, the April
And then it
1st,
was submitted to
2024,
us.
was updated. Both of those were submitted to you, I believe it was either yesterday or 2 days ago via email to staff and council,
Okay,
so that they were submitted to the board now, yesterday.
okay, thank you.
And I would just point out, and Mr. Muller will get into it, but the updated 2024 report was done to take into account the changes that I went through earlier with the town board after hearing comments at the town board hearing and community meetings. So this updated report takes into consideration, most importantly, the 55 and over restriction that's now on.
Okay, so it wasn't, so the initial report is the meat and potatoes of it. It has all the traffic analysis, so the secondary report that was prepared, taking into account those changes, it doesn't change the basic traffic patterns, it doesn't change your analysis as to the traffic patterns, it doesn't change your analysis as to the parking, other than that less is needed, basically. Would that be fair to say?
Theoretically, yes. Yeah, that less, what the updated report primarily indicates, as compared to the report that was prepared a couple of years ago for the town board, is that due to the modifications that have been accepted by the applicant, primarily going from market rate rentals to age-restricted rentals, represented a significant reduction in traffic that could be generated by the project. So
Right, but it doesn't, your conclusions, your analysis and your conclusions as to the traffic patterns in the area, the parking available in the area, I realize you don't need off-street parking. None of that has changed. It's simply what I would probably say minor, other than the significant reduction in the need for parking off-site. The rest of your analysis doesn't change.
That's correct.
Okay, good, keep going.
Okay, so just to briefly summarize that, a lot of the information about the project itself has been covered by Mr. Baker and Mr. Robinson, but just briefly, the applicant is proposing to construct a 3-story, 28-unit, age-restricted development on the subject property, essentially to replace the existing synagogue, which is currently inactive on the property. The building will be demolished and a new structure constructed on the property. As indicated on the plans prepared by my firm, which are located on the easel to my right, access to the facility will be via the existing curb cuts that exist on Belmore. The southerly driveway will be the entrance, and the northerly driveway will be the exit. As indicated by Mr. Robinson and Mr. Baker, and as depicted on the plans prepared by my firm, in accordance with the Building Zone Ordinance, Article 319A, subsection 1, the proposed project requires a total of 66 parking spaces, and as indicated on the plans, and as referenced by Mr. Robinson and Mr. Baker, a total of 66 parking spaces are provided for the project. We will not be seeking relief from the Building Zone Ordinance as it relates to parking for the proposed project. As indicated in my report dated April 1st, 2024, part of our analysis consisted of an estimate of the quantity of peak hour traffic and also daily traffic on both peak hour traffic on a weekday, a Saturday, and a Sunday that would be generated by the proposed 28-unit age-restricted apartment building. That information was obtained using statistics presented in the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual the 11th edition, which is the latest edition, and that information is summarized in my report. As indicated in the report, we would anticipate this project to generate 6 trips, 2 entering and 4 exiting during the morning commuter peak hour on a weekday, 7 trips, 4 entering, 3 exiting during the weekday afternoon commuter peak hour, total of 9 trips during the peak hour on a Saturday, and a total of 10 trips during a peak hour on a Sunday. As indicated in my report, and just for comparative purposes, we compared those values to what would have been obtained had the project remained a market rate rental project. And that's summarized on page 2 of 4 of my April 1st, 2024 analysis. As indicated in the table on subsection 2, by changing the use of the project from market rate to age restricted, there's a reduction in traffic during the weekday, a slight reduction on Saturday, and the level of traffic on Sunday essentially remains the same at 10 trips per hour during the peak hour on a Sunday. In addition, we analyzed the number of daily trips that would be generated by both the age-restricted and the standard multifamily developments, just for comparative purposes. That information is summarized in bullet 3 of my report on page 2. As you can see, there'd be a significant reduction in the proposed traffic generated by the project as an age-restricted development as it would relate to a multifamily market rate development. As indicated in my report that we prepared for the town board, and just to reiterate here today, we also prepared an analysis to determine or compare the traffic that would be generated by the property had it remained a synagogue, both in its the last activity that was generated, which was by 150 families, and then what would be generated by the property at the peak utilization of the synagogue, which was 650 families. That information is presented on page 3 or 4 of my report, and what that shows is that there will be a significant reduction in activity on the property by the change from the synagogue use to the proposed 28-unit age-restricted development. So thereby, there'd be a significant reduction in traffic based on the change from the synagogue to the age-restricted units. As indicated in my report, we reviewed the traffic activity on Belmore, and then determined that the construction of the project would represent a less than 1% change in traffic volumes on Belmore upon the construction of the project. In my opinion, less than 1% change in traffic volumes is de minimis and would have no significant impact on traffic conditions in or around the subject property. And as indicated in my report on the last page, based on discussions with representatives of the synagogue, they indicated that they had a bingo night on Monday that generated a lot of traffic. And the reason why we presented that was just to show that the change in use from the synagogue to the proposed 28-unit age-restricted development just represents a significant decrease in traffic activity both on the site and on the surrounding roadway networks. So therefore, based on the analyses that we performed and presented both at the town board level and before the board here this morning, it is my professional opinion that the granting of the relief that is required to construct the 3-story 28-unit age-restricting development will not have any significant impact on traffic conditions in and around the subject property, and also to reiterate that the development fully conforms to the parking requirements required by the Town of Hempstead Building Zone Ordinance. So therefore, we do not believe that there will be any issues with parking in and around the subject property as a result of the construction of this project. Thank you.
Mr. Baker, in the resolutions, in the covenants that were presented to the town board and will thereafter be filed, is there a covenant, Mr. Pellegrini's looking at it since you're up to bat, is there one limiting, is there one covenant that it will never be changed from a 55 to a market rate building? Did you covenant that?
There is a covenant related to 55 and over, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is that the one that only refers to veterans, though? Paragraph 3, if you look.
Paragraph 2.
Understood, thank you.
No problem. Okay, at this time, I would ask Mr. Nelson to give his expert real estate report.
Good morning.
Mr. Nelson, I know you've appeared before this board on numerous occasions, giving us expert testimony as to real estate and real estate valuation. Again, like Mr. Mueller, I think you were here last Wednesday. Since you testified before this board last, have there been any changes to your credentials?
No.
Okay, so Mr. Nelson will be qualified as an expert to give testimony as to real estate and real estate valuations. Go ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you. I just want to hand some exhibits. I have photographs of the subject property and the surrounding uses, and some aerial views for the board to review while I'm testifying. I did testify at the town board level for the use and the zoning of the CA zoning. The property was formerly situated in a residential B zoning, and now with the new zone, the CA zone. The property is still currently improved with a synagogue. The building was constructed in 1959. It maintains the current configuration of the older 1959 building, brick and block, landscaping up in the front, and all its parking in the rear. The property, the site provides all its parking in the back. The landscaping is limited to the front of the building, and it is dated. Ingress and egress is from the northerly and the southerly side of the facility. The property is approximately 226 feet on the easterly side of Belmore Road. The site has 1.43 acres, and as Councilor mentioned and submitted documentation, the CA zoning is in place now. The units, density, population has all been approved at the town board level. What's before the board and at the town board level, what is before the board today is substantially in compliance with what the town board has reviewed. The issue today would be the 3 stories. Interestingly, and as Madam Chairman mentioned earlier, I was here last week on another synagogue, and in the residential B zone, 3 stories, 45 feet height is permitted for a other than one family dwelling in the residential B zone, and that's part of the ordinance. The
Tall?
No, what I stated was that in the residential B zone, a use that would be permitted in the B zone, other than a single-family dwelling, would be permitted 3 stories, 45 feet. And
That's enough.
primarily, it would be a religious institution.
No, so I know by reference of the prior case that you were on, that if this weren't converted to a CA zone, you wouldn't need a number of stories variance here today. But because it was converted to a CA zone, this exact same piece of property, the way it was zoned before, you wouldn't be here for a number of stories. Because of the change of the zoning, ironically, you have to come before this board to have a 3-story, where you could have 4-story if you didn't change it. given the configuration of the property. Is that your point, Mr.
No,
Nelson?
not 4 stories, 3 stories.
Oh, 3 stories because not in FEMA, right. But now you have to come before this board for this single variance.
Correct. And if further, if you look, correct, and further, if you looked at the definitions for ground and first story, and as the engineer mentioned, the first floor is below the grade. Now, they can do configurations as far as landscaping and buffers in the area and bring it up to grade of the street. And technically, the first story is not a story under the definitions in the ordinance, ground or first floor. The lowest story entirely above the level of the ground in front of the building. Nevertheless, there's substantial landscaping. It is contrary to what the existing facility is today, straight across a flat front building, whereas if you look at the easel to my right, there's indentations, as council mentioned. The corners have been softened. It's at certain points that reflects the 3 stories. The entire building in the back on the religious institution, and I provided photographs, will detail a full 3-story synagogue at that location. As I mentioned, the unit density population has been approved and it complies with the CA zoning. As far as the request for the 3rd story, 28 units, and as the engineer mentioned, the lot coverage is substantially below the requirement or the allowed 35%. It's approximately 23%. So with this configuration, this proposal, the applicant is constructing a multifamily dwelling almost on the same footprint on the what the religious institution is situated today. If we took out the 3rd level, you could put it somewhere else on the property and provide parking underneath, and you'd still have it. But if you look at it, this protects the similar setup as far as setbacks on the front yard. It's set back at its closest point 35 feet, which is what the synagogue is today, and at various locations it goes back a greater depth of, and it's not a straight facade. In the back, it provides all its parking in the rear. In fact, the side yards are slightly greater than what is today on the synagogue. The back will have substantial landscaping along the rear property line as far as where it abuts the residences on the westerly side of Liberty Avenue. The side yards are equal to or greater than what the religious institution has today. It's a less intensive use than what the religious institution had prior with services and catering facility on the premises. Nevertheless, you have a substantial area that's been improved with single-family residences since 1959. In fact, the properties abutting to the north and to the south, other than the first house, were constructed via flag-type setups, and they were before this board for relief on frontage on Belmore Road. The area is well maintained, in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. I looked at other developments similar to the applicant, and while they're not situated within this immediate Belmore, but I've worked on many other applications in Uniondale, in Woodmere, in Franklin Square, where residential communities surround the, whether it's assisted living, senior citizens, CA, and GA zonings. It's my opinion that this application comes forward to the board. Again, population has been approved, complies with the CA zoning. Setbacks, minimum, all of them proposed exceed the requirements. As far as parking, all the parking is in the rear. As far as landscaping, substantial landscaping is proposed in the front. As far as landscaping in the back where it meets the residents, it complies with the requirements and exceeds the requirements. As far as other developments, like I mentioned, in Uniondale, and I can cite each location if the board would like. The board is very familiar with Sutton Place and Bricks. As far as 3 stories were approved recently last year in Franklin Square, Dogwood Terrace.
How about areas around here, let's say a half a mile within this complex? Are there any other 3-story?
As far as other 3-story buildings, we
Yes.
have on Wantor Avenue where the former Verizon building was situated,
That's-
now is a medical facility.
Mr.
As far
Nelson,
as-
pull the microphone closer, will you, so the
As
folks
far
can...
as
Residential greater than 3 or 3 stories?
there
or
are
greater?
some houses, but exceeding that, there are old non-conforming dwellings. In fact, I think there's further, just south of the subject property.
So the answer is yes or no?
No,
There are none.
there are none.
Mr.
But as
Okay.
Counselor mentioned, the corners of the building have been softened. The density has been approved. The setbacks comply. We are allowed to have 2.5 stories and 35 feet. It complies with the overall height.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes.
If you know, what is the difference? I know you're not here for a height variance, but in order for me to have a visual, how much higher is this proposed building than the existing building?
I don't,
At the ridge, at the highest point?
the existing building is a flat roof. I don't know if I have that. You want to answer it?
I just want the number that will give me some idea of,
It's, Madam Chair, it's approximately 10 feet, the difference from the flat existing roof to the gables and what you see
okay, thank you.
to the outside.
Mr. Nelson?
As far as my studies, I did visit and that was part of my testimony last week, the Bristol at 477 Hungry Harbor Road, and I'll submit photographs of that location, a full 3-story building surrounded by single-family residences in that community, and that's a 3-story.
Those of you in the back here, Mr. Nelson? Okay, Mr. Nelson,
Yes.
speak
I'm sorry.
more into the microphone and louder.
And the one I just handed in has been developed, fully occupied in approximately 2003, and they exist, and that's full.
Mr. Nelson, because the folks in the back couldn't hear, what he's talking about having just handed in is photographs of a 3-story, what he believes to be similar, that is on 477 Hungry Harbor Road, for comparison as to how it would look in a otherwise mostly residential neighborhood, because it's the same situation, Mr. Nelson believes, as is presented here, or roughly similar.
Thank you.
How far away is this one on Hungry Harbor Road from the
Probably
sub?
10 miles, maybe a little more,
Okay, so it's kind of like out of the area
of
character.
Belmore, yes. But like the subject property, that was unique, surrounded by single-family dwellings, primarily
Can-
high ranches and colonials in a all-residential community.
Can you compare Hungry Harbor Road with Belmore Road?
They're both through roads. Yes.
Right.
Hungry Harbor Road is fully developed with single-family houses. There are now some religious institutions located on that road. Similar to Belmore Road, which is a through road from Belmore Avenue to the south, running up to just about Hempstead
It's a,
Turnpike.
Belmore Road is a 2-lane road, correct?
Yes.
Is Hungry Harbor Road a 2-lane road?
For the most part, it's divided in two, but it is a much wider road. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, wait, folks, if you want to give us that information, you can do it when you have your chance to speak, okay? Right now, we gotta try to keep it a little organized. Yeah, but you can't yell from the back, okay? And by the way, so everyone knows, at 11 o'clock, we have a small other case coming in that's scheduled for 11. Rather than have them wait till 9 o'clock tonight, we're gonna hear that, we're gonna take a break, let the court reporter rest her hands for 5 or 10 minutes, hear that quick case, which will likely take 5 minutes or something of the sort, and then we'll resume this case, okay? We'll do that at about 11:05. It's a 5-10 minutes for the court reporter, so it'll be 15-minute approximately break on this case from like 11:05 to 11:20. There's a cafeteria in the other building if anyone wants to get something, and then we'll resume this case and go as long as we can until we need another break for the court reporter. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Baker, you can. Mr. Nelson, were you finished?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Baker, let's see what time it is. We're gonna wait till go ahead, we're gonna take another 10 minutes here, so we let the litigants on the other case, the 11 o'clock case, arrive.
I think that'll be perfect. The last person to testify will be Scott Layton, who is the principal of SDL Belmore. And, yeah, I'll let him go, and then I'll wrap up.
And he's just offered as a fact witness, right?
Mr. Baker, I have a
Correct.
question before you go to
Sure.
the next gentleman. If this was a 2.5 story, how many units would it be?
My understanding is you could still get 28. You would have to reconfigure it and take up more lot coverage, so it would change the dynamic of the character of the property. I think one of the key elements here is keeping the similar nature of what the existing building is, which is a 3-story building covering that much lot area with substantial room behind, creating a big setback on the back side and a decent setback on the front side as well.
Do you have any idea how much more, the percentage would be, how much higher?
Percentage of what?
Well, you're saying that if it's a
The lot coverage?
2.5 story, that it's gonna be a larger lot coverage.
Yeah, it would take up the full lot coverage, 35%.
Which would be as of right.
Would be as of right.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Your last witness. This witness is not being offered to give expert opinion testimony, right? Just a fact
That
witness.
is correct, just a fact witness.
Go ahead, sir. Were you already sworn in?
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Giving your name and address for the record so that she can.
Scott Layton, 201 West 70th Street, New York City, 123. Okay. Good morning, it's still morning, board members. My name is Scott Layton. I'm the principal of Layton Properties, the developer of Temple Bethel Belmore, also known as 1373 Belmore Road. I was born and raised in Baldwin. I've spent the bulk of my career building homes here on Long Island, and I love Long Island. We started the development process in 2019, prior to the pandemic. This is relevant to the level of scrutiny this project has received. Layton Properties has been accessible and forthright from day one. We have held several public meetings as well as visiting local residents by literally going door to door and calling local property owners to fully explain the development. But nonetheless, people unfortunately have misconceptions. We are here to respectfully ask the BZA to grant a variance for a 3-story building from a 2.5-story building that is currently allowed, understanding that the current building is a 3-story building. We do not need a variance for height. We do not need a variance for parking. We do not need a variance for lot coverage. We do not need a variance for the number of apartments. And as said before, we do not need a variance for setbacks. In fact, our proposed building will basically sit on the existing footprint. Let me describe the building. This is a 55 and over development, meaning that the primary occupant must be 55 and over. All apartments will be either 1 or 2-bedroom apartments. There will be no 3-bedroom apartments. All apartments will be high-end luxury apartments. There will be no affordable rental apartments, 0. All apartments will have high-end appliances. Kitchens will have quartz countertops, high-end cabinets. All apartments will have an open floor plan, large windows, 9-foot ceilings, washer and dryers. The building is being built to be energy efficient with modern heating and cooling systems. The building will include an elevator for 1-floor living. The building will be all electric. It will be quiet. It will be quiet. No fumes, lower risk of fires. We will have electric car charging stations. We will have valet rubbish removal. The building will include a bespoke gym. The building has superb aesthetics. The first floor facade will be stone. The front of the back building has been mentioned, has many ins and outs, is not flat, giving a far superior appeal. The building's roof system is an expensive hip roof with valleys. The lobby will be finished with porcelain tile in a herringbone wood pattern. The property's first floor is located approximately 4 feet below Belmore Road, or the crown of Belmore Road, in the same position as the current building, giving the building a smaller appearance. We are keeping the 2 driveways, which helps with traffic. 1 lane dedicated for entry and 1 lane dedicated for exit. Deliveries will need to be made in front of the building, which is the back from Belmore Road. The town board approved the change of zone while looking at this exact development, 3 stories in all. We listened to the community and the town board, who listened to their constituents and made the following changes. 100% of the apartments are restricted pursuant to a covenant restriction to 55 and over community, in which garnered the school district's support. We eliminated all 3-bedroom apartments. We lowered all corners of the buildings to 2-story. We moved the dumpster location away from the houses that are on Liberty Avenue. As I said earlier, this project has brought out a vocal and vibrant community, which is actually very positive, as it shows how much people care about their neighborhood. Facts are, there's an existing 3-story building that is an eyesore. And for not the good graces of a fabulous neighbor, Temple Bethel, who has kept the property in presentable fashion, it would look like what everybody is fearful of. We have received many inquiries from people that want to be residents. They love the idea of being able to sell their homes and stay in the neighborhood they love. This project will improve the neighborhood, and we look forward to your support and to finally begin this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 questions for you. One question is, you mentioned charging stations. Will those be in some of the existing parking spots?
Yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned a gym. Is that a gym that is for only, sorry, we don't have the issue of others coming to go to the
No.
gym and putting their car somewhere?
No, it's a very high-end, as I said, bespoke gym, about 4 or 5 pieces of equipment only for the residents of the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's our presentation for now. I would ask that we have the opportunity to speak in rebuttal to any comments that we might hear.
Absolutely, you'll have that opportunity. Okay, so folks, what we're going to do now, we're going to take about a 10-minute break for the court reporter. When she comes back, we're going to hear the 11 o'clock, I think we have 1 or 2 on 11 o'clock. One 11 o'clock case that should take no more than 5 minutes, and then we'll get back, we'll resume this. And at that time, you guys can come back forward, because we'll need the other litigants to use the table for the first case. So we'll be back in 10 minutes to hear the 11 o'clock case, and then we'll resume this.
Yeah, I like it when people say that. They sometimes come up with something else.
If everybody could please start taking their seats. Excuse me, if everybody could please start taking their seats.
In order with Pat. I can, but you don't want to hear it.
Everybody please,
My whistle's too loud.
we'd like to start.
Go ahead, Patrick, and call the 11 o'clock case.
We'll be calling case 4924, Belmore, Brian Dang. Special exception to maintain second accessory structure, gazebo higher and larger than permitted and exceeding horizontal maximum, also known as 2017 Briggs Street.
Okay, thank you.
Were you previously sworn in, sir? I'd like to swear in. I understand. Go ahead, state your name and address for the record first.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Ryan Griffin, 245 Route 109, Suite D, Hinton, West Babylon, New York.
Sir, the case is under Brian Dang. Is that you or?
I'm representing the homeowner. We were the expeditors for this project.
Okay, go ahead and tell us. You're here for, you need an adjournment on the matter. Tell us why, please.
Yes, correct. Yeah, there was some confusion about the mailing affidavit, so I have to get a new one and reissue. I have to reissue mailings to the people within the radius.
Okay, it was already adjourned once before. Was that the same problem or?
No, we thought someone else was coming to the hearing.
Okay, so do you know your mailing date? We're gonna,
I spoke to the zoning board office, and I'm gonna go downstairs and get the new letter and mail out the mailers as soon as possible.
okay,
So-
1 second. So there's no one else signed in on the case. I just wanna make sure there's no one here who didn't sign in on this case. Okay, so we're gonna adjourn your case to July 10th at 11 o'clock. Go get the mailing window, okay? And you're done.
Thank you very much.
You got it. All right, Patrick, we'll go ahead and resume this case if you want to just,
We're going to recall case 9424, Belmore, SDL Belmore LLC. Variance exceeds number of stories, construct 3-story apartment building, 28 units, demolish existing building, also known as 1373 Belmore Road.
go ahead, Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we had stated before, we have concluded our presentation at this time, but ask that you allow us to reserve time to address any questions or comments that come up during the community discussion.
Okay, one thing, Mr. Baker, a couple things I just was curious, and you don't have to address them now. But in thinking about alternative uses for the site, different than what you propose, and those that would maybe expand the footprint, or, I mean, you mentioned, one of your experts mentioned expanding the footprint and doing so maybe up to the 35% allowable, in order to still, without approval of this board, you wouldn't need it, in order to still have the 28 units that are proposed. And when looking at your site plan, if that were done, it seems to me you're gonna lose either parking spaces or green space, and it's gonna be it would have to be a much larger structure, I assume, and it would be further encroach in toward the residential neighborhoods. And if you could just touch on that, and what uses you could, if it weren't an apartment house, what other uses would be allowable? I just want to know what the alternatives are to this project in a nutshell.
Yeah, so, thank you, and good questions. First, as to the manner in which the proposed building is versus what you could do under the CA, you're correct. the building could be configured differently, cover 35% of the lot rather than the 23, approximately 23%. So it would be considerably more. I think it comes out to roughly 9,700 or 90.
Additional footprint.
Sorry, about 7,300 additional square feet. So you're covering more, but also, in order to fit the parking in and do it the way that it would have to, you'd have to reconfigure the buildings. You would encroach upon the setbacks more, both the side and rear setbacks. Additionally, even though you'd be held only to 2.5 stories, by the way the code is defining story, in essence, it has to do with the roof line. So you'd have to change the manner in which it looks on that top story, but you could have 2 stories that almost would have a functional 3rd floor to some extent.
Could you go higher?
No, well.
Like, what if you had
no,
two
but that's-
15-foot
that's-
ceilings?
So I was gonna say this. This is what I was gonna say. I think the key element with that is that the building could still be the same height as it is proposed, meaning up to 35 feet. So right now at 34 feet and change, it could still be that high with 2.5 stories, cathedral ceilings, higher ceilings, whatever it might be. So the impact visually.
And it could be a
wouldn't
flat
be-
roof.
Wouldn't be any, and it could be a flat roof. And it wouldn't be any different than it is now, except that now you're covering more lot and encroaching more upon the neighbors via the setbacks.
And that
So this
coverage,
this was strategically planned to stay in conformity with what exists now and keep the setback areas as large as possible so that it's not encroaching any further on the neighbors to the
and
rear and
the-
the side.
and the further expansion presumably would have to go to the rear since you don't have a lot of space in the front. You'd have to go toward the residential neighborhood.
Absolutely correct.
Okay. And what kinds of uses, if you know, would you be allowed to put there as of right? I don't know, so that's why I'm
In
asking.
CA?
Yes.
I
You just
think
give me a
this-
general
I think this
idea.
is pretty much the use.
In a CA, it would primarily be the residential use, but you can put some professional office space.
Higher
studios
traffic.
inside the apartments as well.
And if you changed the footprint, expanded it, in the CA zone, kept it this height, you could theoretically attempt to do so without the 55, which would then have the school district issue.
That's
And the
correct.
higher intensity because more cars,
That's correct.
theoretically.
That's correct, although the approval from the town board does have that restriction in place.
Right.
now. I would also point out that if this were not to go and, we would seek to have it revert back to Residence B, you're now looking at.
As of right, 3
again, a
stories.
3-story, 45
45
feet,
feet,
and
3
religious use,
Okay.
which could be any kind of religious use, whether it's another temple, a church, a mosque, whatever it might be.
Okay. All right. I think that answers the questions I have. Are there any other board
I
members?
have one question. With respect to the 55+, could you just tell me, like, a little bit about 55+? I think it's my understanding that one person has to be 55, and the other, one person who would be purchasing has to be 55. Is that true?
Well, renting, certainly.
Excuse
But
me?
it's a rental project.
Oh, so one has to be 55. All
The
right.
idea is that the people living there would be 55 and over, primarily.
But okay, so let's say the husband's 55 and the wife is younger. She can be 40. Okay,
They-
and there can be an adult child who's 18.
It's not in school, it's
That-
not a school age issue.
Again, it's not prescribed here, but that's not the intent. The intent is that there aren't going to be children here. The intent here is that there are not going to be school-age children in this building.
Well, school-age child usually at 18 could be a senior. I looked it up, okay,
I'm not sure where you looked it up, though.
on New York State.
Okay.
Okay, that one of the, if there is a husband and wife, one has to be 55, the other one must be at least 40, and there may be an 18-year-old child. So do you have any other restrictions with respect to this being a
We
55?
don't at this time.
But you would possibly?
Were any other restrictions presented to the town board?
No, they just said 55.
Oh, no, but I just meant, were any other discussed at the town board or no?
So, I think your question is generic. Would we be open to any further restriction? I think is what your last question was.
Well, my whole point is, what do you consider your community as 55 plus? What are the restrictions of your 55 plus community?
The restrictions in place were not that specific in working it out with the town board. I don't know that you have concerns that you want it any more restrictive than what you just mentioned.
Well, I just wanted to know what your restrictions
Yeah,
were.
but
When you
certainly
say
if
a
New York
55
State
plus
is- If New York State
community.
is prescribing that, then they.
Well, I think
they
it
would
really
adhere
falls
to
under
that.
the housing, you know, what housing is, the HOAs. Okay.
Mr. Baker, so what we're going to do now, folks, is, you can stay there, Mr. Baker, since we'll have folks. I'm going to go down the sign-in sheet, and I'm just going to call folks in that order. If anyone has any extraneous circumstances, you can talk to Mr. Owens. Well, please do it quietly. And we'll try to get through this as quickly and as efficiently as we can, while still making sure everyone has a chance to be heard. As I said earlier, if you want to say some of the things you've already heard, you don't have to go into every detail. If you want to add a detail, fine. You can say, you know, what that gentleman said there is true, and in addition, this or that, whatever it is, clarify your position. And everyone will get one chance to speak. We try not to go back and forth because this many people will be here till next Wednesday. So I'll start with, I'm going to start with Marge Caniello. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I thought they are sworn. I apologize. Let everyone stand to be sworn in at once so we can get that out of the way.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear, you ready? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay.
Okay, so the woman in the middle there wasn't sworn in, so she'll have to be sworn in when she speaks. No, the one sitting down. I watched her, she didn't even look up. No, she's playing on her phone. And reminder, everyone, you need to give your name and address, even if you put it on the form already, so that the transcriptionist has it in order of your testimony and can connect it with your testimony. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, Honorable Chairwoman and Honorable Board. My name is Marge Congello. I am the president of the Central Belmore Homeowners Association, and I reside at 2493 Wilson Avenue in the town of Belmore. It was not longer than 2 years ago that the town of Hempstead sent out these glossy flyers in response to Governor Hochul's attempt to urbanize Long Island. And here we are 2 years later, and the town of Hempstead has unbelievably decided and seen fit to grant a rezoning in the middle of one family residential area and allow an apartment building to be built. I must say I consider this to be a slap in the face to the residents in the immediate vicinity and an outright rejection of their own propaganda. Now before you, the applicant seeks to ask this board to grant a variance to build a building with heights that far exceed any other building in the area and is totally out of character in a single-family neighborhood. It's bad enough that an apartment building has been zoned, but putting up a 3-story building is unacceptable. Contrary to the assertions of the applicant, the height of the proposed building is not the same as the existing synagogue. The proposed building is significantly taller. If in fact it was the same, they wouldn't be here asking for a variance in height, would they? I would also ask, has the applicant endeavored to do a shadow study for the benefit of the residents?
I apologize for interrupting you,
Yes.
but they're not actually asking for a height variance. They're just asking for the building it's been characterized as a 3-story instead of a 2.5-story. So they're asking to have a 3-story instead of a 2.5-story, but they're not exceeding, they could build it higher if it were in a Residence B zone. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. But I would like to know, have they considered doing a shadow study so that it would give the surrounding residents something to measure what the shadowing would be coming over their houses during certain times of the day, given the height that the building would be? You know, I just think that the application as it now is excessive for the surrounding area. And we all have eyes and can see from the rendering that they're showing us that no matter how much they say the sides have been lowered, you see a 3-story building with 3 separate levels with windows going up 3 stories, which is quite different than any single-family house in the area. And there is nothing close to that looks like that, except maybe on Merrick Avenue where you see the Bristol. Those are commercial buildings on a commercial street. But it is worth noting that the applicant is not the titled owner of the property and is actually holding the synagogue hostage, as he will not close and take title unless he gets the variance he is seeking. This is an obvious desperate money grab for the synagogue and a self-created hardship on behalf of the applicant on the backs of the well-established surrounding residents. It's the unfortunate byproduct is that the synagogue, who was once a good neighbor, has now shown that they are motivated by money and have no regard for the quality of life of the surrounding residents. To my knowledge, I have been told that there is another prospective buyer that is more than willing to consummate a deal. I respectfully ask this board to consider what granting of this application will do to the Belmore community and all of the town of Hempstead neighborhoods going forward. This surely represents a moment in our history that may set a terrible precedent and totally flies in the face of the town board's proclamation to save our suburbs. If an apartment building is slated to be built, then a limit of 2 stories that comports with the surrounding character is what should be built. Finally, a quick glance at the sign-in sheets, which I was able to see, indicates that most of the attendees in support actually do not reside in the vicinity, and therefore their motives for attendance are questionable and quite frankly lack merit, and therefore should be viewed in that light. I respectfully request that the application be denied in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up to bat, we have Joyce Zimmerman.
Thank you very much. Just take a minute to get my notes out.
Okay, don't forget to give your name and address before you start.
Okay, I respectfully introduce myself as Joyce Litwin Zimmerman. I'm a resident in East Meadow, I'm a neighbor, and we're all in this community together.
Address.
1355 Sally Court, East Meadow, New York.
Thank you.
I'm a semi-retired professional. I'm wholeheartedly in favor of the residential area. I've been a homeowner, so I know how you feel. I live very close to a commercial main street. I get a lot of traffic in my area. However, I have been considering my options to downsize in this community because my family does live in this surrounding area, and there are no other options. And there are a lot of homeowners that have no place to go. So I feel, in contrast with all due respect to my preceding speaker, that this developer has gone out of his way to take into consideration the surrounding neighbors. He has gone door to door and has found the input and has incorporated it into the plan. The engineers spoke very clearly that they have changed plans to lessen the footprint, to lessen it from 3 bedrooms to 2 bedrooms. This is a building that is rotting, dilapidated. I have friends who live on the block. I want to remain anonymous. They see vagrants, rats, and children doing drugs in the building. So, in the remnants, and the building is dilapidating. So I just want to point out 3 important things. Um, the developer has gone to the neighbors, has incorporated their requests, and the engineers have incorporated into the engineering plan to lessen the footprint, and it complies with the zoning requirements and even exceeds the immediate, exceeds, it could have been higher, it could be higher, but they're trying to be considerate of the neighbors. Number two, there's significant reduction as opposed, there's going to be less traffic also. This was a vibrant temple that had 150 members, and there was, as far as I understand, there was even a bingo night. There was a lot of traffic coming in and out. You're not going to have that with the 55-year-old community. So hopefully people will come in and actually be 55. I don't know what the age restrictions are when you sign a lease. I don't know, that's probably an issue out of my knowledge. I'm not a lawyer. So I feel that this is a good option for the local community. And when people bought this house, they knew that there was a temple in it. So it's a much better, it's sitting unused, attracting vagrants, and it's certainly better than a bustling commercial enterprise such as a office space or a medical building. So I implore you and the board to consider the seniors who are looking for an option to selling their house. I don't live in Belmore, but I spend a lot of time in Belmore. I spend a lot of time in Merrick. It's a tri-community, East Meadow, Belmore, Merrick. And I applaud the work of the developer, and I'm wholeheartedly in favor of it. And I would please beg you to consider the needs of a lot of my neighbors are no longer my neighbors because they all moved to North Carolina and everywhere else because there's no place to live on Long Island. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmer. Okay, let's see. I don't think this person's already spoken. David Wayne? Mr. Wayne? Come on down. You're the next contestant.
Good morning. Thank you. Oh, David Wayne, 1589 Pea Pond Road, North Belmore.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. As you heard, I reside in North Belmore, and I am, for a variety of reasons, in full support of this project. And as for the variance being sought, it really doesn't change the height of the building at all, as the current structure, the current synagogue, is already 3 stories tall. This is really, in my mind, just pro forma, because if it were to remain a residential area, as we heard, it could be 3 stories, could be 4 stories.
And taller.
And taller, right. So once it was rezoned for multifamily housing, this hearing becomes necessary to get this. And there seems to be so much opposition, even though the whole matter of a multifamily dwelling was settled last year. And with the 55-plus covenant in place in perpetuity, okay, then there's really no, a lot of the opposition, the things that we heard at the community meetings and that we see on social media just are not true. So, as we just heard, I want to say that, I know I am a senior citizen. There's a lot of gray in this room right now, okay?
Metaphorically or literally?
Well, and we want to stay in the town, in the area that we have come to love so much for all the decades that we have lived here. We would like to take the equity out of our homes. We are tired of being house rich and cash poor. Take the equity out of our homes, stay in the area, spend it at local businesses, spend it in places and ways that support the community, instead of, as you heard, taking that equity and moving to a place where there is housing for 55 and such, which is not in town of Hempstead. You can go to Ronkonkoma and find it, okay? You go to South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, Arizona, but nothing that keeps you here in this community, supporting this community, staying with your loved ones. That's the, that's on that. That's on that end. I'm skipping a lot of what I had to say because it was said already. Now, I was one of the officers of Temple Bethel when the contract was struck with Layton Properties. And the property had been on the market with a commercial real estate broker for 3 or more years. Say 3 years. Not a single person came forth to buy the property with the purpose of building single-family homes. We had 3 interested parties at a much reduced price from the property of the land, all looking to do what Scott Layton is planning to do. And we, with respect to the community that we live in, went with Layton because his model was going to be the one that we felt at the time was best of what we had for the community. But again, not a single buyer came forth to build single-family homes, for whatever reason. Maybe it's the land, maybe it's the fact that there's sometimes a drainage issue there, but that all has to be fixed. And Scott Layton will fix that before he goes through with that. There's also the demolition of the building, which costs money. All right? Scott Layton is going to take care of that as well. Yes, there was one interested person. It was Chabad, if you know Chabad. They're all over Long Island. They came to us as a synagogue and said, we'll take care of your building. We'll take your building and you get to stay. Well, how much are you willing to pay us for the building? $0. That's the way Chabad operates. They were willing to come over, take over the building, and use whatever their purpose is, and they would be gracious enough to let us stay in the building. That was not a viable option, okay? We were not going to stay under Chabad's auspices as a congregation, and we were not going to give the land away for nothing. That would be far worse. Now,
Sir,
yes.
may I ask you, you're affiliated with the existing synagogue, the one that...
Yes,
I take it that synagogue was not on the tax rolls.
exactly. I was getting to that point.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, all right? So now you are getting a property that is now fully supporting North Belmore Schools and the town of Hempstead because it will be on the rolls in every measure, okay? There's no tax exemption here. None of that is in place. So yes, the building now goes on the rolls. I have to say this though. I mean, if this doesn't get approved in our contract, Layton Properties could say, listen, done, finished, done. We have been maintaining the building. Why? Because we are residents of North Belmore. And if we're not necessarily in North Belmore, as the previous speaker said, East Meadow, Merrick, North Belmore, we're all one, okay? We didn't want to see this building really become a place for loitering, vagrancy, rats. I've been in the building. The inside of the building is ripe for that now. It's been vacant, okay? But the outside of the building has been beautifully maintained. But that's at our expense. So if somebody said this was a money grab, we've been putting money into that building, okay? We've been putting money into that building since we vacated the building to keep it up. Far more than we are legally responsible to do. And how much more we could afford to do that, I don't know. So, primarily, for the sake of creating opportunities for seniors to stay in North Belmore, to stay in the town of Hempstead, to stay on Long Island, We need this project to go forward. Thank you.
You, sir. Okay, folks, next we have Carol Friedman. Oh, okay. Then we have, I bet you can guess who's next, Larry Friedman. Name and address.
I need my glasses first.
Okay. You can't talk without those glasses on, right?
That's
I have the same problem.
That's right. Can you hear me?
If you could speak a little louder, we can
Yes,
barely
can
hear
you
you,
hear
and
me?
I want everyone to hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me in the back?
Not so
Okay.
much.
Okay.
Speak, you
Right.
gotta speak louder and closer. And name and address.
Okay, my name is Larry Friedman. I live at 1445 Odell Street in Wantagh. And since proximity seems to be an issue, I live about a half a mile from the property. I'm technically in Wantagh because the zip code line and the school board line does not match. I am in the North Belmore School District. And I want to speak here to express my strong support for granting the variance this project needs to move forward. I am a long-term resident of North Belmore. My wife and I have lived here for over 40 years, and we raised our family here. Both my sons went to Sawmill Road School. They live right near the school. They both attended Grand Avenue Junior High School and Mepham High School. We are now empty nesters, and we're getting on in age, as you could probably tell by looking at me. It may not make much sense for us to live in a single-family house much longer, especially since my wife is starting to have trouble with stairs, as I'm sure many of you are. Wouldn't surprise me. So what are we supposed to do? We don't want to move away. Many of the condos that have been built in Nassau cost more than we could get for our house, and many are duplexes, which would defeat the purpose of moving out of a split-level house. A project like the one that would be proposed would be ideal for us. I want to put a face to you know, who's going to be a potential tenant, you know, for this development. It's people like me. I mean, if you look at me, that's who wants to move into this place. It's not some mysterious outsider, and you can think of peculiar circumstances where, you know, there may be, you know, a 70-year-old guy married to a 30-year-old woman, and they've got like triplets, you know, going to move into that. That's not what this is about. It's about people like me who lived in this community and have given everything to it for decades. Okay. Okay. The project, this kind of building would really be ideal for us. We don't have stairs to deal with. I don't have to worry about maintenance of a house any longer or property. We could sell our house, and the amount of money we could get for it would pay for like 10 years worth of rent for this. So it would be, you know, from a financial perspective, considerably better than what we could do right now, or if we went to any other kind of senior development on Long Island. And as David Wayne said, we would have to move somewhere completely different, away from family, friends, the stores we like, you know, the area that we live in and we love. Given the shortage of houses for sale in Belmore, which is another issue that has to be dealt with, it would be good for the community as well. It would allow younger families to move in, buy houses like ours, and enjoy in the future what we've enjoyed in the past, but still allow us to remain. So this would be a win-win for current residents. It would be a win-win for the entire community. I realize that change is sometimes difficult, and that people can be afraid of the unknown. But I'm asking you to allow me and people like me to stay in the community that we love. I don't think I'm asking too much. please don't force seniors who have given a lot to the community over the years to leave because a single-family house may not work for us anymore. Please approve this variance.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. The next person I have is Barry Marin. Hope I'm saying that right. You're going to pass, Mr. Marin? Okay. Next is Gloria Berkowitz. Okay, Ms. Berkowitz. This may go faster than I thought. Lori Diamond. Okay, Ms. Diamond. John Leonard. Okay. Felisa Schulman Marcos. Raquel Guzman. Okay, thank you for doing it respectfully. Mike Berman. Joyce Verity. Ms. Verity, you're up to bat.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
I can.
My name is Joyce Verity. I live at 1830 Belmore Avenue, and I'm in Unit 21. This is Victorian homes. What some of the people here who are have these houses too big, it might have been a good idea if they had signed up for senior housing at a time, even 5-10 years ago. I got a call after about 5 years from Joe Pellegrini, who said, we have a unit for you.
Not this Joe Pellegrini.
No, the son, who's terrific. Anyway, and that's what we did. We lived on Stewart Avenue by Mepham High School in a 9-room house. Once the dog died, we just didn't, it was just too big for us. Anyway, so that's what we did. They might have done something like that. We've been very happy there. The reason I'm here today is I have petitions from our people. I had a week to do it, and I have about 100 that are opposed to this. The height would set a negative precedent and allow every developer requesting this height to quickly change our suburban landscape to one resembling a 6th borough of New York City.
Okay, hold on one.
Yes.
So those are petitions that you have circulated to others in your area.
Yes.
And you've been present while they've signed them?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and they are fairly and accurately represent the address and the name of the person who's actually signing them?
Yes, most of them are North Belmore, some are Merrick, and some are East Meadow. Anybody in the town of Hempstead is impacted by this.
Okay, so we'll accept those into evidence.
Thank you.
I assume there's no objection, Mr. Baker, as to those sign.
No objection.
Okay.
By my quick count, looks like it's maybe more like 50.
Okay, we'll count. They, just so you know, I keep turning my thing off, I apologize. They're not here for a height variance. They're here for, it's confusing a little bit, but we judge both the height of a structure and the number of stories a structure has.
Well, it's the third story, yeah.
Yeah, the height they're proposing is under what they're allowed to. If all they needed was this height, they wouldn't even be here.
It's about 7 feet.
They want to, they comply with the height requirements.
Yeah.
They want, you're not supposed to have anything greater than a 2.5 story, which is usually something that may look like a third story sometimes. They are requesting to be allowed to have a 3-story rather than a 2.5 story, but the height is not before us. Just,
Okay.
it's a technicality, but it matters.
Yeah, I understand. The other thing that I would like to know is, in the temple, there are probably 6 or 8 bathrooms. In the 28 unit, there's going to be at least 40 or 50 bathrooms.
Okay.
There's going to be 28 washers and dryers and 28 sinks. What I'd like to know is, has there been an environmental impact statement done?
Yes.
Has there been a percolation test? And has the ground been tested for asbestos? Like a brownfield, like what happened to Overly's florist?
So what I will say.
I don't see any reports on that.
Okay, so what I will say, and Mr. Baker can add to it because he may know more about this than I do, and or your client, but as it relates to the drainage and those sorts of things, the Town of Hempstead Engineering Department will work throughout the process with the builder. We do a CEQA determination, which is the environmental issues you've raised. The Town of Hempstead did one also, so there will be determinations made about the environmental impacts. the drainage, the washing machines, the bathrooms, that sort of thing, sewage, drainage, etc. That's done through other departments in the building department who have much more expertise in that than do we here on the board. And we don't hear, that's not an issue we address other than the environmental. But Mr. Baker, is there anything else you or your client would like to add as to how that process is handled? Suffice it to say, you heard someone earlier mention the drainage issue. Suffice it to say, all that, not only will the builder have to address it, but he will address it with the town of Hempstead departments that are relevant, and will have to comply at every juncture. It will be examined, complied with, and signed off on via inspection. But if there's anything else you'd like to add?
You said it pretty well, but the only thing I would add
doubt
is that
that.
first of all, there's public sewers, so this would connect just like any other property around. Drainage, which is an issue now in the back parking lot, will be completely revamped, again, pursuant to the
Requirements. The town's pretty strict on that.
And that will benefit the neighbors to the back particularly, because there won't be any overflow, and all stormwater will have to be retained on site. So all of the things that you're talking about will be addressed in the full site plan review process.
And the environmental, the SEQA, that was done through the town, in the town proceeding,
Correct.
and will
Sorry.
also be done here.
That's correct. During town board, we had to submit a full EAF, which was vetted by the town for secret purposes. A negative declaration was determined at the time, and we are conforming with that process.
Yeah, and if you are interested in that, I'm sure we can figure out how you might be able to view that either in the town board's
Yeah, I can
file,
go
or it may be online. Would that, you could speak to someone afterward, or someone in the zoning board or the building department to find out how you might access that and review that if you wish to do so.
I live down the street from there. I'm not very far away. It is so out of keeping with the area. The way the area is now, it's a single family, it's suburbia. This is coming in, it's going to be like this, what the governor wants to do. They want to urbanize, she has some kind of an urbanized fixation. This seems to fall right into that. I urge you to reject this application.
I'm interested.
Because down zoning is like sex and murder. You do it once, and after that, it's easy.
Okay, I'm curious though. Okay. Next person, let's see. Give me 1 second. Brett, I can't read the writing. A-R-U. Okay. Fred Goldner. Okay. Salvatore Ancona or Ancora, I can't read it. Okay. Jay Asher. Kevin Heffron. Name and address?
Sure. Kevin Heffron, 102 Tulip Place, North Belmore. I'd just like to ask the applicant, it's going to be a yearly rental is what you're proposing? Year to 2 year. Year to 2 year. Will there be Section 8 housing there also? Excuse me? Will it be Section 8 housing also? Excuse me?
Hold on, he wants to get the microphone on.
Sorry.
No, it's still not working, I don't think.
See if this one works.
This is how we silence people. We just pretend the mics are broken.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, as I had said before, there will be no affordable housing, so no Section 8. It will be all market rate housing.
And the minimum lease term will be 1 year, did you say?
1 year minimum, but also we'll have the option of 2 years.
And as far as the traffic studies that were based, the traffic studies were based from what year when the temple was operating?
We'll let Mr. Mueller come up and answer that.
Again, for the record, Wayne Mueller, Robinson & Mueller Engineering, offices at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York. As I indicated in my presentation, we estimated the quantity of traffic generated by the temple using statistics presented in the Institute of Transportation Engineers Traffic Generation Manual, latest edition. Thank you.
Sir, I have an extra set of his reports if you'd like to take it with you. I don't have a lot, but I can give you one since you.
No, that's okay, but just, in my experience, the temple operated on Saturday and Monday for bingo. Most days you would see no traffic whatsoever using the temple, and just my experience of walking, which I do a lot, down Belmore Avenue. Also, as far as the parking spots, you said you will have 66 spaces, there will be handicap spaces, I believe?
I think there are 3 of them.
Charging?
I saw 3 on the layout, I think. 3 handicap spots.
3 handicaps.
That's correct.
Okay. As far as when people are visiting, you're going to have 28 people prospectively living there, which would probably be, I mean, we're hypothetically speaking, you're going to have at least 55 to 60 people parking there. And if there are 2 bedrooms, are you having only 2 people can live in the apartment, or 1 person can live in the apartment? Or 3 to 4 or 5 people can live in the apartment?
Again, I'd like to respond to that. Wayne Muller, Robinson and Muller Engineering.
You're going to respond to the parking aspect of it.
As I indicated in my testimony, as Mr. Robinson indicated, and as Mr. Baker indicated, the plan before the board this afternoon fully complies with the parking requirements indicated in the Town of Hempstead Building Zone Ordinance.
So the requirement in the park, so the way the parking calculation works, you may know or not, if you do, I apologize. It varies. If you have a retail space, they take the square footage and divide it by 200. That's how many spots you need. For storage, they divide it by 500. Restaurants are a little different. They go by seats and employees, etc. In this case, in the over 55 housing, I believe it's 3 spots per 4 units, and then they add a spot per unit for guests. So in this case, it came to 66 spots, 28 guest spots theoretically, and I happen to think it's a little bit of an undercount on the number of spaces needed for the unit itself, but it's not my decision to make. But I also don't think there'll be 28 guests there at the same time. So I think it works out. They were required to have 66, and they're providing 66 plus the 3 handicaps.
You responded my response, Madam Chairman, that it's an underestimate.
Okay, well, they're complying, you know.
Of course, they're complying.
But given
what
that they have,
to.
but I didn't think they don't have enough. I thought if it were only the 3 per 4, the 4 per 3 units or 3 per 4 units, I apologize.
Yes.
I would think that would be an undercount, but given they add the 28, 1 per unit, so it really ends up about 2 per unit. And I think that probably makes it work. And again, it's over 55, so it doesn't envision that if you drive down a residential neighborhood, I know my house, my neighbor's house, my neighbor has 4 kids. Mom and dad have a car, 2 of the kids have cars, they got 4 cars. I have 2 cars or 3 cars now, my son's 16, he's gonna want another car. So the over 55 doesn't envision people having a bunch of teenage kids with cars.
Well, to say it's over 55, they didn't answer the question. They just said the occupant has to be 55
The
years
primary occupant or the renter has to be 55.
4 or 5 people living in the apartment,
They
correct?
probably could. It's not really,
And we are in Long Island, and you're going to tell me that 5 people would be 5 cars? Unless they're taking the bus or the train, they'd have to
Yeah.
walk to the train.
right, but the statute
Of course, the
obviously
statute.
wasn't drafted by us, but there's a state statute, there's all kinds of governmental, legislative bodies looked at this, researched it, and came to apparently the conclusion that for people, these residents in over 55 generally don't have the cars that the younger folks have for all the obvious reasons. Could someone have a kid there with a car? 100%. I don't disagree with you, but it's not the
I just feel
bulk.
there'll be more parking on the street. That's what I feel.
There may be. The code
As a
does.
betting man, I would be very strongly for.
Okay, and you might be right. The code only says how many you
What
gotta
they have
provide
to-
off-street.
Okay.
I got you, though. I don't disagree necessarily.
All right, thank you.
Or is that all, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next we have Carrie, I think it's Welt, W-E-L-T maybe? Carrie Welt? Okay. Oh, sorry, I almost put you down as a pass. Just remember to give your name and address first.
Kerry Weld, 1688 Barbara Lane, East Meadow. Just to clarify a few things, even though it's not the direct reason for this hearing, that was a very active temple. Monday through Friday, there was a daycare program from early morning to evening. Sunday to Thursday, there was a Hebrew school that operated there. Sunday through Saturday, there were services both in the morning and at night. Monday, as you heard, was bingo. There were Saturday evening events there. Sunday through Thursday, there were other events and meetings that took place. There was a summer day camp there. And as far as being a good neighbor, when the building was vacated, we allowed the North Belmore Fire Department to go in and do training, and that training was ended when the neighbors complained about the noise and lights from the fire department. And important to me is that I want this property back on the tax rolls as a Town of Hempstead resident.
Thank you, sir. All right, next we have Brian, I hope I'm doing this right, I think it's Malloy, M-A-L-L-O-Y. Okay, I thought it was a G. Mr. Malloy, step right up.
Brian Malloy, 1318 North Pierce Avenue, North Belmore, New York. I know one of the things I wanted to bring up first was the original town meeting was back on February 15th, 2022. That meeting was in the bigger room downstairs, so we didn't have this whole fire hazard issue. That was tabled, and then all of a sudden, from what Mr. Baker said, the zoning was all of a sudden changed, because I know there was a misconception at the last meeting that was here, was it 6 weeks ago, that got adjourned, that we thought that was for the zoning change. So somehow, the town meeting, I know that doesn't have to do with this directly, but originally they were trying to get the zoning changed from the AB, which is what the temple was, and the area is designed.
Mr. Malloy, may I just say one thing?
Yeah.
The reason we were delayed initially is because we were acutely aware of the requirement, the occupancy limit, and at no time during this hearing did we go over we had our person here the whole time, so we never had a fire hazard.
Well, I don't know, I was brought up afterwards that I had to move because all of a sudden at 11 o'clock, I was in the way, and I was in the exact same spot, so.
Okay, but we never, we were very, very careful to monitor it the entire
I'm in the
time.
fire service, so I understand, okay.
Yes, so we did never violate our
Addressing
occupancy.
the zoning change, and I was just curious, when it was tabled and all of a sudden changed without any public notification. It is what it is now, because there's nothing we can go back and change. But I don't understand how the meeting was tabled. Then all of a sudden a zoning change occurred because there was probably about 80% opposition of any zoning change. And then all of a sudden, as of November 22nd, 2022, CEA was approved.
Hold on, what meeting do you say was, I don't know this, so what meeting do you say was tabled?
There was an original meeting back on February 15th of 2022.
Right.
When Mr. Baker and the company associated attempted to get the zoning changed, because originally
Okay.
the temple was not approved. It was zoning A and zoning B was in that area, because it's a residential neighborhood.
Right, at the town board, keep
Yes.
going.
The meeting was tabled after strong opposition, and that's when Mr. Baker and the other components of his crew were supposedly talking to the board members, talking to school board members, neighborhood, and all this. I
So-
live a quarter mile away. I was never approached.
Were you at
I was at that meeting, yes, I was.
Okay, and when you say table, do you mean they put on hold the decision, or they put on hold the entire hearing? Did they hear testimony? Okay, so
The entire hearing was.
they
put
adjourned
off.
it. Okay, so they adjourned it, and I'm
Yes.
sure, I imagine they gave a date then, or?
Just to clarify, we conducted a full hearing that day. It was then, the hearing was closed and reserved.
I'm sorry, it was closed. There was no decision given at
Right,
that
there was
meeting.
no
Correct.
decision that day. There was
Yeah,
no
that's,
decision.
it's, we won't make our decision today. It's regularly. So the hearing was held on that day, and then we have the subsequent resolutions that were
And then
created
9 months
as.
later, the zone, so the
Yeah.
zoning was changed by the meeting, okay.
Okay,
But as they said, they talked to everyone, the town meetings and all this stuff happened. But meanwhile, how is it living close by? I was never approached. So then we come back to the meeting that was adjourned for the whatever it is. It's changed now, there's nothing we can do about it. But I am opposed to the change, and I know it's not a height requirement, it's a story requirement. Right now, that's a 3-story building.
That's correct.
They're zoned for a 2.5-story building. So I know other people have said it's a height issue. It's not a height issue because they're under the 35 feet.
you are correct.
But that's 3 stories, they're zoned for 2.5.
That's correct.
So if they want to go out, I understand they would spread out to 35% of their lot capacity, and they would change the figuring, and it would cause more headache for the owner and the developer. Yes, they could do that. with all that, you have the parking, which other people have brought up, and you have electric spots that are going to be there. You have handicap spots. Is that all taken into the 66 spots?
Yeah, that's why I asked earlier, that there's nothing precluding them, I don't imagine, from putting some charging stations in some of the spots. It doesn't take away the parking spot.
But it does, because you're not supposed to park in those without an electric car.
If I provide 66 spots, let's say I just put an electric charger on every. On marking the spots for only charging? I mean, the spots are available. I don't imagine you're gonna preclude someone from parking in one just because they don't have an electric car. They have to be available.
No, but you can only do charging in a charging station.
Right, I understand
And
that.
only be a number of chargers. I'm not going to provide 66. I don't know what the number is at this point,
Right.
but it'll be substantially less. But
Right.
it'll be available there. And yes, again, protocol will be through management that if there are electric cars, they will get first right to
Preference.
use there. Yes.
Right, but if you have 2 residents with electric cars and you have 4 spots, can people without electric cars park in the other 2 spots and just not charge the car at the time?
Practically, yes, but I believe that again with
Yeah,
management.
well, you would
we-
prefer the management, but if you don't have enough electric cars, the spots are gonna go unused.
Correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
Okay.
I mean, it'd have to be that way.
The other thing was, one of the residents brought up about how the temple was not on the tax roll and the new apartment building would be. So since 1959, the temple had not paid any taxes, correct? Okay. So I know they've been doing the upkeep of the building, and I appreciate that from living in the area, but you also have been saving since 1959. So there is an offset, so sorry you had to throw somebody in, and I don't.
I didn't, shh, please, I didn't follow that point. Can you say it again?
I understand that the owners of the temple are complaining about hardship, that they have to maintain the building. And if you
Right.
go by the outside of the building, it's not being maintained the same way it has 2 years ago when this whole process started.
Right,
As you walk by, and living close by, I don't live in East Meadow, I live less than a quarter mile away from the building. I'll walk around, I walk my dog past down Belmore Ave, Belmore Road, whichever one it is. Still get confused on that one. So the maintenance, there is upkeep. So going to the now changing it over to being on the tax bill. I'm assuming that there's a pilot program to get a tax break on that? Has that been filed?
I have no idea if they have an IDA grant.
Nothing has been filed at this time,
Okay,
but
Okay, so it
but
can be
it's
before.
very possible that it might.
That it would be. So
Okay.
you're gonna make a decision on possible variance for 3 stories or 2.5, and there are still questions that the developer has not addressed. So you would have to make a decision before.
well, it would be
just to
outside of our purview that's an IDA thing that we have nothing to do with, so whether
Okay,
he
but
does
it's-
or doesn't,
No, I understand, but it's still a concern that they're talking about the tax base and the fact that you talk about the primary resident, which one of the board members had brought up. The primary resident has to be 55.
right.
I personally have a friend whose husband is 55, she's 38, she has 2 school-aged children. So I know
Okay.
that can't happen.
Yes, it can,
No,
certainly.
I understand that, but the way they have made it is that can never happen. That could never possibly happen, that you couldn't have children living in the other apartment, because it's a 2-bedroom apartment.
And in fairness, I don't think that's what Mr. Baker said. He said they have no other preclusions.
I understand, but that affects.
He's
that
not
puts-
saying that,
He's not, but that just for the board to take into account that granting this project, or granting the variance so they can do this project, if they want to swap it out, that's their right. But allowing them to go up 3 stories and not the 2.5 that it's zoned for, as of this project right now, puts that stress on the taxpayers of the school district in that area, because you could have, as a primary resident, you can still have school-aged children. And that was their whole thing where, the board was in favor of that, it wouldn't affect everything. Everybody else had a chance to speak.
I agree, please be quiet.
Factual, it is being factual.
But if they,
Sorry, you know of a building that doesn't exist.
okay, we're not arguing amongst, but just in fairness, if we don't grant this and they build the larger building, it won't even have, it may not have the 55, and we're in the same place. So just, I see the issues on both sides, but
And the last point is, they have a covenant right now that they filed for, that's 55 and over with the primary resident, okay? If the developer decides down the road that he wants to sell the building, can I, if I decide I want to buy this structure, now that it's up, now that's in this residential neighborhood, that you've started to change, can I file for a covenant that says it's open marketplace?
Well, we will take that in consideration, Mr. Baker, if you want to address that. But we are also, if whatever we do on the matter, that's a big factor in our analysis because of the parking issues that change with that and the other representations made. So we're acutely aware of that situation. And Mr.
Yeah,
Baker.
so I can address that now. So the answer is no. A buyer or future owner of this property cannot do what they want to do. The covenant is going to what we call run with the land. It'll be a recorded document at the Nassau County Clerk's Office. Any prospective buyer would find that when they do the search. They would be required to adhere to it.
That's why it's done as a covenant instead of just a part of it.
I understand that. It was originally zoned, the property was originally zoned one way. They applied for a variance, or they applied to get it changed. It was changed. Why can I not do that? He may not think it's going to happen, and why would he? He wants the building to go through.
You can do that.
No, hold on.
The thing, I could apply for a covenant to change it back to marketplace.
You'd have to go back to the town board and ask them to modify or lift the covenant.
So it can be done. So that's, I'm just bringing that up because a lot of people are like, well, it can't be changed.
It's like an easement running with the land, though. It's not so simple as that. It's a little more binding than your reference, like the zoning there was the zoning of the whole area. So they went and asked if that zoning could be changed. But being in a covenant that runs with the land also, it's more than just a governmental
Last
condition.
point I wanted to bring up is I have father passed, but my parents we had a big house, it was not in Long Island, but similar setup was my parents decided, hey, I'm going to sell it because we could get more, and we went to a rental. It was an Avalon type building, which is the same type of construction, wood frame, truss construction, same type. They changed hands into a different company. And my dad always said, he goes, the amount of money that I'm paying in rent, which is market value is probably $3,000 to $5,000 roughly. He goes, I would have been better off to stay in my house and pay the taxes than to actually move into that area. And I understand living in Long Island, it's not cheap. And I feel bad for the people who have lived in Long Island and have paved the way for our neighborhood to look the way it is as a residential neighborhood. But those people want to change, and that's on them. That doesn't mean that this has to go in North Belmore. A lot of people here are from East Meadow, put it other places. The one representative brought up, hey, we have places in Uniondale, Woodmere, Franklin Square. Those are not North Belmore. The owner of the property is from Baldwin, lives in Manhattan. That's still not North Belmore. This building wasn't wanted, and whether they want to change the dynamic and make it 35% of the footprint, which would change the look of the apartment, they have the right to do that. I don't think it should be granted for a 3-story building.
Thank you. Christina, maybe Malloy? Name and address first, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Christine Malloy, 1318 Pierce Avenue, North Belmore.
Good afternoon.
I'm the president of the Board of Education for North Belmore School District. I'm aware that our superintendent and the cabinet attended previous hearings and meetings at which they expressed concerns about the negative impact the original project could have on enrollment. The Board of Education appreciated that the concerns of our superintendent and the cabinet members were taken into consideration, and that the change was made to a 55 and older community. However, the appreciation that the change cannot be translated into general support. While sitting at the meeting today, twice, it was referred to that the district supports the project. And as you know, that is not a district board purview to be able to support any projects. We can appreciate accommodations, but we cannot support projects. So I just have a concern that is being expressed that we are in support of a project.
I'm sorry, what's your group? What's your group that you're clarifying that for?
It was spoken about the school.
No,
district.
what group are you speaking on behalf of?
I'm speaking for myself because as a board member, I can only speak for myself.
Board
I
member,
am the president of the Board of Education for the North Belmore School District.
Board of Education, okay.
But I'm only speaking for myself because obviously we're not gathered as a board. So I just wanted to just point that out and clarify that the appreciation was being misconstrued as support of a project. And again, that's not what we're able to do as a district.
Okay.
So I just wanted to point that out and make that clarification. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is a couple of things that I find to be a little bit in terms of both sides. I'm a community member, a parent of 4 children, and my concern is taking away the suburb to raise my children. Many people that are speaking today are talking about how they've lived here for a very long time, and they've been able to raise their family, and they've been able to raise their family in a suburb. The other thing that's been brought up is a comparison between 55 and older community purchases as opposed to 55 and older community rental. I did not hear today any comparison to a 55 and older community rental. Every comparison that was made was towards a purchased townhome. It was not discussed in terms of being a rental townhome. It was a purchased townhome. There's a difference. The other thing I wanted to bring up was what the board member brought up in terms of how young can the residents be in that area, in the rental property. And I'm not talking about little kids. I'm talking about people that are 55 and older, do have kids that are coming home from college and whatnot, that will be living there. And that's a completely different environment than just solely worrying about elementary school kids. It's just not, it won't be an environment of solely just 55 and older. It will be that environment of mid-20s, young 20s, or anything like that. And that is a difference, again, because it's not a purchase, it's a rental, so it's open as an opportunity. My other thing that I would like to bring up is, what is to stop the management company? Because as we see, everything is going up in cost. They stated that it was going to be a 1 to 2 year rental lease. What is to stop the management company that once your 2-year lease is up, that they've now changed it from being $4,500 a month to $55,000, $6,000, and nothing. And now all of a sudden this 55 and older senior living that's supposed to be there in order to make it easier for our older community to live and stay here is now being priced out because they didn't purchase it, they're renting it. And then therefore, they're at the hands of a management group. And that does not help our seniors either. So I have a problem with that. My other question is subletting. A lot of the seniors in our area do snowbird. Will there be any kinds of restrictions in terms of subletting while they're snowbirding? So they leave to go to Florida or the Carolinas to visit their family members that have left, and they're gone for 2 months, 3 months. Is there any restrictions in terms of subletting their rental while they're away, that they can actually subsidize their costs for rent while they're away visiting family members for the winter months? I have a lot of concerns, and yes, it's not just a matter of pushing out the senior citizens, but I think in some aspects, this is going to hurt them a little bit more than what we're actually believing. And I just wanted to clarify that whole misconception of appreciation to support. I highly oppose it for both my children, my community, and for our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have, I think it's Reva Stein. Thank you. Stanley Diamond. Gloria, P-O-R-F. Okay. Lee Brodsky. Thank you. Michael, T-I-M-K-O maybe? Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is Michael Timko. I'm at 2664 Tulip Place in North Belmore.
Thank you. Speak as loudly as you can, okay?
Sure. I'd like to say that I'm against the granting of the variance to 3 floors. I think that one of the reasons should be added to all the others we've heard is
Speak a little louder. I can barely hear you, and I'm sure
How
some
about
people-
now?
Perfect.
All right. So I'm against granting the variance, but for another reason is this is not totally out of character for our area. I think one of the things I want to bring up is my wife and I looked at how many residential units are in the area, in the neighborhood of Belmore, near the synagogue? And we have like 7 different residential units. All of them are 2-floor. I can't come up with a 3rd-floor building in the same area. All we can find is 2-floor buildings. I have 7 of them. And in fact, I'd like to enter them into today's meetings.
Okay, it's being taken down as part of the transcript, so it will be here. Is that what you want to enter in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, it's in.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to spell it because I'm not sure. It looks like it's S-H-A-H-L, maybe A, last name M-A-Z-R-A-F, something like that. Shh. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm not too good at this. Mark Levine. Thank you. Kevin and Barbara Cregan. Name and address first, sir, please.
Kevin Cregan, 1317 Belmore Road. Just a little confused as to the size. I know they're only asking for a variance from 2.5 to 3, but I got confused when I saw the picture because we're saying it's going to be 34, but visually, I'm now understanding it's going to be more like 45 feet. That the turrets are not counted in the 34 feet. Is that correct? Because Dan, I think 2 hours ago you said it's going to be 10 feet difference to the question that you, Madam Chairman, asked him. And I think the response was 10 feet higher.
So if I could respond, it's not going to be.
Go ahead.
40. Can you hear me? It's not going to be 45 feet. It will only be 34.4 or 34 and 4 inches as detailed in the plans.
So the measurement is from the crown of the road. So to be clear, I'll just read it off the elevations. From the crown of the road, the average roof line is 34 4 inches. From the crown of the road, though, the ridge is 41 feet 3 inches, according to the elevations. That's from the crown of the road, which may or may not be, and usually isn't, equal to the grade. And I don't have a number here for the grade.
Would we have the highest number? Because when they do the average, I think on the right side, which is being
You're
built,
correct.
which is being built over the playground, extending the footprint, that's much lower. So when they do the average, like what is the highest portion going to be?
41 feet 3 inches from the crown of the road, and I cannot tell you.
Okay, that's 7 feet higher.
Yeah, I cannot tell you the number for the crown of the road because I don't have it here.
I just want that on the record, that it is in effect 7 feet higher, which I haven't heard before. I've never heard that it's going to be 7 feet higher. Everybody keeps saying it's going to be the same, but in fact, there's going to be certain sections that are 7 feet higher.
Oh, no, Mr. Baker testified earlier that this structure proposed will be higher than the existing structure.
Okay, so in fact, it will be 7 feet higher where those turrets are, the highest point.
It will be higher, and I don't know the exact number, but I think 7 is not an unreasonable estimate, but that's the most I can say.
So to say that the footprint is going to look identical or the same, it's not exactly correct.
Well, the footprint usually is referring to just, you know, when you look at a site plan. Usually we're using the footprint to mean the outline, and that's not identical, but it's roughly similar.
With the exception being the playground is gone. They had a roughly 30-foot by 40-foot playground that's going to be built over.
Yeah, I don't see a playground on the site plan.
Right, that's now part of the building. So driving by visually, you're now going to see a much larger facility. If they had the other one up there, you would see it ended 30 to 40 feet less than that.
Okay.
Okay, just to be clear.
Yeah, no,
okay.
Thank you.
And then secondarily, two questions. If this passes and if it doesn't pass. If it does pass with the variation, would we have an idea when it's going to begin construction? And if it doesn't pass and they have to go to a different footprint, what the timing of that would be?
Well, if they go to a footprint that complies, I'll let Mr. Baker answer those, but if they go to a footprint that, if they expand it much larger and still meet all the other requirements. There won't be a hearing before this board, and the hearing before the town board's already happened, so there would probably be no more hearing. Other than that, do you want to address the issue of if it passed, when you guess, and I know it's really educated guess.
Yeah, so.
Construction would happen, and how, I guess, well, let's do how long it would last, what
So-
hours it would be.
Right, so if, assuming this board does approve the variance, it would take some time to get site plan approved and some construction plans approved, and it's expected that they would break ground possibly by the end of the year, if not early next year, and of course, weather conditions would play a role at that time.
How
But
long-
it's really a time, time to get the final plans.
And you
all
can't
approved.
control all of that because you
Yeah.
have to go. And
Correct.
how long would we expect it to take?
18 months is the expected construction period.
And then I would assume that during the tear down of the building, my property abuts it, I'm like 7 feet away, that during the tear down of the building, there'll be somebody looking, because there is an asbestos issue in there. There's a flooding problem that is outrageous right now. When I go home now, when I look out my window, that parking lot is gonna be under probably 12 to 14 inches of water.
Yeah, that's what their testimony was, and even if they didn't want to, the town would require it. But they're well aware of it, and that's a big part of the plan. And again, the environmental issues, they did a full impact study. With the town, we also have to pass on that, so we'll have to go through the materials and also pass on the environmental aspects of it.
Okay.
Under the secret.
And one last comment, I know it's costing the money to keep the building somewhat up to whatever the code you want to say, but it's really deteriorated in the last 9 months. There's been a tree that came down in the parking lot. It took down the shed, the roof of the shed. It's about a 50-foot tree. It's been sitting there for 6 months now. There's branches everywhere. There's garbage cans all over the parking lot. And there's about 15 or 20 boulders, 16 inches by 15 inches, scattered throughout the parking lot. So I'm not so sure that anybody is really watching the property.
And you're just the contract vendee.
Well, just for the record, because it was stated that, they're taking care of the property, well, that's up to the eye of the beholder. It's another issue, I know.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Baker, or Mr. Robinson, just to be clear, what is the height of the peak of the building from the crown of the road?
The height of the peak of the building from the crown of the road is 41 foot 3 inches. The first floor of the building is 2 foot 8 inches below the crown of the road. So that on the back of the building, from where the handicap parking is to the peak would be 43 foot.
And does that violate the height requirements or restrictions of the building zone ordinance?
Not at all. It's fully compliant with the zone ordinance. The height is determined in the definition section to go to the median height of the roof. So if you have a peak roof, it's halfway up the peak roof.
Thank you.
Sorry, next person is, I had read out Kevin and Barbara. Is Barbara Cregan also? Thank you, Barbara. Give me 1 second. Okay, next we have Karen Asher. Okay, Ms. Asher. Sarah Lust Bader. Okay. Deborah Welt. Okay. Stu Weinstein. I know Mr. Weinstein.
Madam Chairman, I've already submitted my comments to the board, so I yield my time.
Okay. Let's see. Gary Flom.
Good day. My name is Gary Flaum, 1109 Lawrence Road in North Belmore, New York. And I am in complete favor of supporting this project.
Speak as loudly as you can, please.
I'm sorry?
Can you please speak a little louder?
Speak louder. I'm a firm believer in listening to the experts. we have heard very logical points of view. Our experts have told us that they have complied with every aspect of the project, all the variances and all the various things that they had to adjust the construction plan to meet with. And from everything that I have heard here today, they have done so. And I am in complete favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can you make it till 1 o'clock? We'll just take a short break at 1 o'clock. It's about 12 more minutes? Okay. Next, we have Larry Frankfurt. Thank you, sir. We already heard from Mr. Nelson. Barry Schmerler. Schmerler? Here? Okay. Bruce High. Thank you. Floyd Kessler. You support the project? Okay. He signed in the opposite. Okay. Barbara Kessler. Steve Kaufman. Name and address, Mr. Kaufman, before you start. Speak as loudly as you can, please.
My name is Steve Kaufman. I live at 1130 Belmore Road, North Belmore, New York, 11710. I live not far from the project that's going up. I think the tax revenue it's going to generate, the jobs it's going to create, are super beneficial. The influx of people that will purchase products from the local businesses on Jerusalem Avenue in the town of Belmore, all along Jerusalem Avenue, is a huge benefit. And living not far from this area, I see absolutely no problem with the visual effect of the building. And I think it should be fully supported in total. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Marcia Abramson. Thank you. William Miller. Thank you, Mr. Miller. David Brill. Thank you, Mr. Brill.
Thank you for this opportunity. I fully support the project, and I hope you see it goes through. And thank you for it.
Thank you, Mr. Brill. Norman Egan.
Good afternoon. My name is Norman Egan, 1374 Belmore Road, North Belmore. I live directly across the street. I want to start with just, I've heard a couple of inaccuracies here today. From living across the street, I can absolutely categorically state that I've never seen anybody taking drugs at the building.
Okay, can you speak a little more into the microphone? Go ahead.
I live directly across the street from the building. I want to clarify what I consider some inaccuracies that I heard today. I have never seen anybody taking drugs at the building.
Okay.
I actually called the police precinct at one point in time to ask them if there was anything going on, if any crimes had been committed there, and I was told there's absolutely none. Nobody has knocked on my door to ask me my thoughts on this when I've heard people say they went to the neighbors and knocked on the doors. Nobody knocked on our door. Mr. Baker just said that the construction is going to take 18 months. The last meeting, it was 12 months. There's so many things that we're asking that we can't get a clear answer on. It's very concerning. When I see kids and bikes come, and if they do loiter, you can set a stopwatch and the police show up within a minute or 2 minutes and move those kids along. So there's no issue with that. So those are some of the inaccuracies. I think the blasé attitude about how this footprint is going to slightly increase. The gentleman from the engineering firm, I don't have the exact numbers, but I think you clarified that it was today 12,000 square feet or thereabouts?
12 and a half approximately.
12 and a half, and it's going to 14 and a half?
Approximately so, yes.
That's a 20% increase or thereabouts, so if we're doing slight increases, I hope my taxes don't go up slightly. I have a question about the over 55s. I haven't heard this categorically stated. The over 55 person who signs the lease, do they have to live in the apartment?
Yes.
That's clarified, that's absolute?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Similar to my neighbor, Mr. Cregan, I'm very concerned about the asbestos. What is going to happen when this building is being demolished for the neighbors who live within 50 feet of this building? How are we going to be protected from that?
Well, they're going to have to comply with, do you want to add anything to the manner in which this takes place?
No, just that it will, and Mr. Robinson can speak to it more fully if necessary, but it will be handled in a fully compliant manner. There will be any remediation necessary will take place, and anything that is there, asbestos or otherwise, will be gone when this project is done. I will point out that part of the the issue with this property is the high cost of demolition because of asbestos in the building that has to be remediated. So, not to put an exact number on it, but the estimates are somewhere in the $500,000 to more range just to demolish the building.
Okay.
I don't know the relevance of that to asbestos, but okay.
Because the remediation portion of demolition is extremely high.
They're not cutting, I think his point was they're not going to be cutting corners on the remediation.
And they can't.
They can't, right, but I think that's what the number was about.
I don't expect them to cut corners. What I'm worried about is I live 20 feet from the building. If there's asbestos, it's going to get airborne. Like, I know you've got regulations, but that's a major concern for us.
Mr. Robinson, maybe you can answer that. What is,
The building zone ordinance requires that an asbestos certification be submitted in conjunction with the building permit application, so the building will have to go through a full asbestos remediation, be certified, the air monitoring, and signed off prior to being able to pull a building permit to demolish the building. We'll also have to go through vector control at the same time.
and who does that monitoring? Is it the,
Usually done by an environmental company retained by the owner or from the
okay, and they'd be certified with the Department of Health and other agencies, whatever, whomever. And rodent control is also part of that.
Rodent control is required, it has to be certified through the Nassau County Department of Health, they call it the vector control unit, has to be done and certified within 7 days of the commencement of the demolition.
Thank you. Does
Okay,
that satisfy your?
Yeah, that satisfies that. So the other thing, so I think it was Mr. Feldman. So he's absolutely right. I'm empathetic to the fact, you can probably tell I'm an immigrant. I'm empathetic to the fact that you want to be around family. But at the same token, I'd ask you to be empathetic to the people who live here, right?
You got to use the microphone a little more.
Okay, I'd ask you to be empathetic to the people who are still in the midst of the community right now. I've been living in Belmore for 30 years. It's my little piece of America. I can't put a fence more than 6 feet tall. And now I'm going to have a 3-story building right across my street that's going to be able to look into my backyard and see everything that's going on in my backyard. So that's where we're coming from. That's what we're asking you to be empathetic to our situation. Right? I understand that you want to be close to your family, but I'm sure there's other alternatives. What we're sitting here and asked to accept a 3-story building put in front of what's literally the end of my driveway is why I'm here and voicing my absolute objection to this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Elaine Gold. Thank you. Hold on. Yeah. Folks, it's 1 o'clock now, and I have to give the reporter 10 minutes, 15 minutes break, and then we'll come back and we'll probably be able to go. We have about 3 more pages of people who would like to speak, so give us 10 to 15 minutes. You do what you got to do, and then we'll resume the hearing, okay?
If you let, maybe we can let Patrick know, and they can. Yeah. like it, we like it, everyone likes it.
I'm gonna warn you guys right now. When I worked with Doubleday in their international division of South Territory, Africa, used to make 5-week trips down there. In Ghana, a very close friend of mine was Thomas Oduro Parker. He was a bona fide witch doctor. You guys don't do right.
What's right? You want to get this approved?
You know, I actually think it's a good thing. But I grew up on Long Island. I'm 19.
Wow. They think you're good.
You see the changes.
I would have said you're a day over 89.
You see the changes. My grandparents have so how do you stop change? You really population. The only thing I really objected to is about government and apartment building down in Belmont.
Oh, Jenny,
She wanted to build an apartment building.
No, she don't. There's nothing to do with that.
Who had it? Well, I'll fix it so I'll get my lick shot. If you know what the punishment is. No, Rick?
Oh, no. Can't do that. That would be no good. No good. Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you.
no,
Single and you look like you don't.
I don't know about that, but, you know, every once in a while I get lost. I wasn't. I've married 4 kids that are now getting ready to get married.
sushi restaurants for 20 years and all they got was teriyaki chicken. It's like something I don't like sushi. I do. When somebody told me just try it once, then I tried it, then I got addicted. Yeah.
I still haven't done that.
If you get good sushi.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
No, hashi is nice.
Yeah.
I just find it's a little bit hard to get in there sometimes. On the parking is good.
I got that part on the other side of the Mary Road, just walk across.
Okay.
You go into that lot and then you can't turn around.
I know.
Yeah.
I usually go. This is in the one across the
Yeah.
Usually I go by 6 o'clock, so I go there before the 7.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like that place.
Where's your go-to Italian?
Oh man, we have a lot. My number one is that.
That's the one opposite White here.
Yeah. Great guy. God.
Oh, really?
You go to so much.
Okay.
Sometimes it's just my wife and I can get there early enough. Where's the crackers? Oh, no, it's $5. I'm out.
I said, I like it.
They're kind of living in the past. That's it's new ownership. Because it's a great location. You need another joint. Joint is, where do you got, Lindenhurst?
Went there recently.
Yeah.
No, oh,
That was great. That was
I
That was good. The sandwiches.
They still make the fried bread at the bakery. Irish guy from Woodside, they're in good shape. But
really,
they were bad. The owner didn't care any.
Okay.
They did. Almost 20 years.
That's a long time.
They
Yeah.
put a place in that's really American.
Used to be, I guess it still is, a little baseball field. Relatively within walking distance. Remember, we have little league games and stuff. Everybody tried to get us on it. Get sandwiches.
What did they do? They put like candied carrots or something on the table? Like just instead of pickles, it was like orange candy. There was some little thing they put down.
Yeah, that was a good place, yeah.
I'll put them up
Guy is the best. Guy is
Oh, I gotta try it. Have you done
gotta make a reservation.
Really? The one in, remember, Sandwich? Which one? Sandwich? Yeah, that one. Bring up a pizzeria place. They've only got like 6 mashed potatoes. Just mix and match whichever one you want. Yeah, you're
It's another deli, Park Deli. People have
Park Deli, Park Deli.
It's the best. It's in the neighborhood. And they make great food. The owner goes to the guy.
Well, he could walk up to it.
They have great food. So if you want to get sandwiches cheap, I'll put them up against it.
When's the latest takeout then? I might do the guy in the takeout.
Great meal.
Everything.
Great chicken, great tablecloth, and they have music on Fridays.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like Frankie Down. You can convince me Frankie Down. And they have a girl.
They have girls. You see, girls dance.
Girl is very good.
And they do it across.
Yeah. All right. You sit at the bar. You get to know guys. I heard you talking to you. You were talking about guys. Your half is filling up. People are.
It's the best.
Horrible.
And he goes to the food. Takes a vacation. He gets back then, he's ready.
Great spot. Try to go there. Press it 15 times a year.
Yeah. All right. Close to that. Don't look for you, Scott. I'll take my hat off so you can see that I'm kind of like, I'm ahead of you, but.
Not much. Great desserts too. Really good. Great bread. They bring the bread out. It's like a type bread. Oh, you like the bread? You were just saying. The bread. What is it? What's it regular? It's just the bread.
It's almost like Sicilian slice.
Feels like a Sicilian slice.
Yeah. All right. There's one go wrong.
You don't hit over the head.
No, prices are good. Yeah. $200 bill.
Yeah. Is it the one down by the park hall? The Summers on, or the one right next door? Yeah, we've been there. Yeah. Right on. Already?
But it's good. Food is always good. Yeah. And again, they've got, you know, 4 sushi guys in the back making sushi. But again, I'll get my chicken teriyaki.
You should give it a, like,
Yeah, I know.
the now when they're hitting tourist thing, so the whole country went up in arms.
That's the opposite of the way I feel. I
Yeah.
feel like once they hear me speak, they say, where you from?
Yeah,
You know, like,
exactly. No, exactly, Kevin. I know what you're saying. That was the first time I ever saw a couple of tourists get fucking rolled like that. So, yeah, they say now that the drugs have taken over Dublin, the gangs are running it, and there's just scumbags.
They need a tourism
Yeah.
too. Jesus.
Yeah.
My favorite town is
Oh, that's gorgeous. Yeah.
Nice. I can run in the forest there.
Yeah. My wife just texted me and said, teriyaki chicken question. I guess they can hear us.
That's funny. Let me tell my wife.
All right, have a good seeing you. Yeah, go there. You did, and we did that the last time.
Okay, folks, I think we can resume this hearing now, if everyone could be seated, and we can get going again.
Gone.
By the way, this was submitted from...
How convenient. There you go.
Okay, so I'm just going to resume calling individuals who've signed in and may wish to speak. The next person on the list is Nicole Truffarelli.
Thank you very much.
Name and address first, please.
I'm sorry. Am I close enough now? My name is Nicole Tuffarelli, and I'm a homeowner around the corner from this property. I live at 1491 Horseshoe Drive. I have 2 elementary-age children that attend Sawmill Road and Elementary. And I do want to start by saying that I'm not against development. I realize that the land cannot stay vacant forever. I realize it's good for the neighborhood to have this site developed. However, this current proposal is not tenable. I strongly oppose this, as do many of my neighbors. With the 9:30 start on today, a lot of them could not be here due to job constraints and childcare. I have signatures of people that truly live actually by the temple, that live on Belmore Road, Maple Avenue.
Hold on. Are those signatures that you collected?
Yes.
Were you present when the individuals signed them?
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
I walked around.
Okay. And do they truly and accurately reflect who they are, what their address
Yes,
is?
yes.
Okay.
It does.
Mr. Baker, any objection? No. Okay, we'll accept those into evidence.
And
Go ahead.
most important, it is the people, the working families that own homes that live directly where this is going to affect the traffic, the feel, and the look of our neighborhood that we all bought into. And as I said, I have young elementary age children that ride their bikes. We walk home this way. And the number of apartments and the height of the applicant's proposed building is entirely not consistent with the character of my neighborhood and my community.
The height's not before us, though.
The 3rd story. So we all, and in my flyers that I put out to my neighborhood, spoke specifically to a 3rd story. And there are currently no buildings in Belmore, specifically Belmore, not East Meadow, not Woodmere, not Valley Stream, using them as examples that the real estate agent was using. There are currently no other buildings in my area that I live, that I pay taxes, that are 3 stories. The nearest apartment buildings are on Newbridge Road and Jerusalem Avenue, and they are both 2-story garden apartments that were built adhering to our current zoning laws.
I mean, I think the subject property already has a 3-story building on it, though.
But
I-
they're not residential
Oh, okay,
apartments that
residential,
are in
I'm
my
sorry.
town
I
right
thought you were
now.
just talking about this.
The current apartment buildings, if you want to call them that, fit in with the ambiance and the heights in our neighborhood. Eye shot wise, we're not being technical about eaves or anything like that. There are 2, the windows are 2 of them, 2 stories. I want to just rebut some things that were stated here today with regards to the builder making it 55 and over. This is just putting lipstick on the project, okay? 55 and over, even though you made a covenant, does not describe who is actually going to be necessarily living. I think you made that point, and other speakers. There are other inhabitants that can inhabit this. No one really answered our question about subletting this area, and that's a major concern for single-family homeowners that bought into this area. No one's discussed that. It seems like it's just a lot of murmurs, and no one really is speaking to that fact and that concern for people with children raising families currently in this town. And I also wanted to kind of just speak to the Mr. Baker, who seemed to try to insinuate that our school superintendent of our elementary schools was for this. She came in person to the town board hearing with regards to this to strongly oppose it, and she appreciates the fact that he changed to 55 and over, but she still does not feel that this is good for our neighborhood. If we have which there's a lot of communities and a lot of cultures that have grandparents that
Hold
live
on,
with their children.
can I just interrupt you one thing? I'm trying to be lenient here, but if she wants to tell us she's not in favor of it, let her.
I believe she sent a letter in to that
Okay,
effect.
so that's perfect.
I
So
just
we'll
wanted
read
to-
her
I wanted
letter.
to not misconstrue to the crowd
Okay.
that she was okay with this.
Okay, we'll read her letter, but I can't have people here telling me what
Speaking
other
for
people think.
people.
You got it.
Tell Mr. Baker the same.
I will.
Thank you. And we did adjourn this meeting a couple of weeks back, and I did have a conversation with the developer, Mr. Layton, on the phone, and my conversations with him, I inquired why this proposed building could not be smaller than the proposed 28 units. His response basically was that it would not be worth the financial investment to build for him unless it was the 3 stories. Why not lob off? I actually specifically asked him the layout of the building. It's 10 units on the bottom, 10 units on the second floor, 8 on the top, because he had to chop the corners off. And my response to that is, it is not my concern, nor is it my problem, nor should it be the problem of the board, that he's not going to make a big enough profit on his project here. Mr. Layton knows the current zoning laws in this area. If he wants to build a 3-story building, he can build it somewhere else, such as Queens, other parts of Long Island that already have 3 stories, but not here in our Belmore. The zoning laws are here and in place for a reason, and they're here to protect the character of our neighborhood. He does not live here. He lives in New York City. He does not care if it ruins the character and feel of my block, and that the traffic, that these 28 units, an extra 60 cars, and how it's going to ruin the ease and flow of traffic in my daily commute to get to work, to get to the Southern State Parkway, which is just north of this complex, and also for me to get onto Jerusalem Avenue to pick up my kids. I ask that the board please ask also everyone who's speaking here today in favor of this application exactly where they live, because it is not exactly around this building and where it's going to affect. And I know there were several, I think there was 2 specifically, that actually spoke in favor that were from Belmore. Both I'm proposing are seniors. They were saying that it would be good for senior housing. And the ones that came from East Meadow and other towns, there's plenty of luxury rental buildings right in East Meadow where they are, and also just outside of East Meadow on Merrick Avenue, there's plenty of luxury rental apartments, okay? And when they kick up this 3,000 to 5,000 a month rentals, will quickly become not affordable for seniors. So I think that in effect it looks good to you now, but it will not, they will push you out. And who's to say who else is gonna come in? So I asked the board to deny this variance that they're requesting for 3 stories, because it is not in character with the neighborhood and would ruin our quality of life and the surrounding residents. It will ruin the ease of commuting and unnecessarily overburden our infrastructure, possibly, potentially blow the budget of our school district, and also it will set a horrible precedence that it is open season for development in my town. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, next, we have Edward, no, Vincent Guerra.
Mr. Vinci Guerra had to leave, and he gave me his question. I'm sorry, there was one question he had. If I may ask it for him, the one question, somebody asked his question on the asbestos abatement. The other one was, did you apply for tax breaks, and will the tax breaks be predicated or, involved in the closing of this property?
They answered that earlier. They have
They
not
did answer
applied
that
for
question, or
tax
was the other
breaks.
question he had? Oh, he had one more fireman question, actually, if I may
Hold on,
ask.
one at a time.
How's this on now?
Yeah.
Do you want to go with the other
I
question?
had one more question because Mr. Vinci Guerra is a fireman. He had
Can you
come-
just answer the one, did you
Yeah.
apply for tax breaks?
Well, the answer is not yet.
Okay.
They will.
Good chance we will.
Yeah, which you said earlier.
Which we have no problem
Okay.
admitting. And I will say that we spoke to Mr. Vinci Guerra?
Yes.
Before he did leave. He approached me and Mr. Layton. We had a conversation with him and answered all of these questions.
Perfect.
Okay.
The last question was about fire. Did he ask you about that, the
He did.
fireman?
He did.
The last question, so the rest of the public can hear, was, has anyone spoke to local fire departments with regards to their current volunteer fire department's equipment to make, to respond to calls in a 3-story building? That was his last question. If
So-
can
You
tell
will
the
put your
public.
answer on the record?
Again, if Chris Robinson wants to answer more than I do, he can, but the answer is not to the local departments yet. That will happen during site plan, the full site plan development and review process. But as Mr. Robinson did point out, the site plan as is now was submitted to the Nassau County Fire Marshal's office and approved as is now.
Okay.
So they'll have to be fully compliant with whatever local.
Does
Yes.
Belmore have that current equipment? That's my question, and who buys it for them?
Do you know if Belmore has that equipment, whatever equipment she's referring to?
Yeah, I don't know that they're needing any distinct equipment other than what they have for this type of building. This isn't a skyscraper. They don't need-
Okay, so, okay, that's the answer. Okay, next person, Rita and Donald Podell. Thank you. Leonard Cohen. Okay, Edward Senneman. Come on down.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the time. I'd like to ask the woman, I forgot her name, Nicole. Okay, Edward Senneman, 2779 Beatrice Lane, North Belmore, New York, 11710. I just want to ask Nicole, she lives in a project on Horseshoe? Right. How many units were in that project?
Hold on 1 second. Please ask your question louder, and then if you're going to answer it, could you just step up and use the microphone so that the transcription... Wait, do the question first. Mr. Senneman.
What development I built, I bought a house in. I bought in one of the newer developments in Belmore. It was a developer named Michael Dubb. It's Beechwood Homes, and he built in conformity with the current residential homes.
Okay,
And
so
he
as far as you
successfully
know.
also made townhouses in their town of East Meadow, and they also are 2 stories.
Okay, thank you. Hold on. We can't do back and forth too much. Okay, you sit down. Go ahead and... You're free to ask the question.
I'm sorry, how many homes were built?
Sir, this is inappropriate.
Okay, all right, I apologize. Getting off track.
Do you know how many homes were built and whatever you want to talk about? You can just state it.
No, but the impact on the schools and the infrastructure were much greater for that project than what we're talking about here.
Okay, you can make your point that way.
All right, my name is Ed Senneman. My wife and I have lived near the temple in North Belmore for 35 years. I drive past the temple building many days heading to the train station. It's depressing to see this building vacant. The building at one point housed a Hebrew school, a nursery school, and I believe had close to 500-600 members.
Yes, we have testimony to that effect.
The development that Layton Properties is planning fits in very well in the community. It also expands the tax base. Layton has addressed all the concerns of the neighbors. He's also reached out to many of the local residents. The concerns that he has addressed are 55 and over, no impact on schools or traffic, high rent residential units which will allow for a stable tenant base with sufficient parking in the back, and 2-bedroom apartments only. There's an urgent need for this type of high-end rental project so that empty nesters could stay in the community. And I define the community as more than just Belmore. It's East Meadow, it's Montauk, it's all the neighboring communities that it would service. The reality is the property has already been rezoned, allowing for a residential project. The developer here is just seeking a variance from 2.5 stories to 3 stories. The existing temple building is 3 stories. If the project doesn't get approved, the existing building will continue to decay and has already been and continue to be the target of vandalism. And that will bring down adjacent property values. There's going to be a multifamily project here, whoever the developer is, based on the aforementioned zoning change. This is a good project that fits in well with the community. I'm in favor of the project.
Thank you, sir. Next person, Stuart Jaffe. Left? Thank you. Jerry Faliki. Remember to give your name and address first, sir. And speak as loudly as you can.
Hi, my name is Jerry Falicki, 2754 Mayfield Place, North Belmore. I'm about a half mile away from the house, from the project, my house is. I'm just against, in general, for any kind of condo development, especially in a single-family housing area. To get it taller than what it is, against, obviously. I think he said that the height or the peak of the roof is going to be 45 feet from street level.
41 3 inches from the
So
ground of the
my
roof.
house, in general, like if I was to dorm my house, could only be, I think it's 35 feet. Am I wrong?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
If I was to dorm in my house, it could only go up to, I think, 35 feet to the peak. Am I wrong?
Well, it depends on where you live. If you live in a Residence B zone, your ridge is not supposed to be higher than 30 feet from the crown of the road
Right, right.
in a residential zone, but this
So
is
because it's a condo, is that what it is? It's allowed
because
to
it
go higher?
because it's rezoned to a CA zone, so the normal residential requirements are not applicable for the most part.
Right.
Some things are the same. You still count from the crown of the road if you're not in a FEMA zone, but generally speaking.
Also, I know it's probably with the town or something like infrastructure, sewer system. What about water? Because when I try to take a shower at 6 in the morning, you know, in the summer when the sprinklers are on, I know there's no sprinklers there, but we're talking about, 30, 40 bathrooms with showers, everybody turning on, flushing on the same time, say in the morning. We have a bad system here as far as domestic water.
Mr. Robinson, would that be something you could address? I assume I'm confident that the building department deals with those things, the engineering, et cetera, but he's asking about, generally speaking, water pressure, because it's going, 28 bathrooms.
Yeah, and as part of this, we'll have to do an analysis of the water pressure and do a fire hydrant flow test in front of the property, and if a booster pump is needed, it would be incorporated into the water room in the building.
Which goes to American Water, which is a public company, which raises our rates again.
No, that would be private,
One moment.
at the cost of the developer, yes.
Need all 4 of us here, and Mr. Pellegrini had an
I'm still here.
emergency call, so,
I can multitask.
okay, I can't.
Again, I'm strongly against this. I'm here to support my fellow North Belmore citizens here. I think a lot of people, if you just want to just pay attention to the fact that a lot of people are from East Meadow or areas not that close. There's a few that are in support of it, that are close by, but a lot of them are from East Meadow. They're a different area. I didn't go oppose when the other temple were building condos off of Merrick Avenue. I didn't, it's on Merrick Avenue. I don't think I have a problem if it was that, but because it's in a residential area, that's my problem. And that's just stating the fact of that. Thank you. Just phone calls.
Okay, next person. Give me a second here. Next we have Frank Berkowitz. Pronto.
Okay.
Name and address first, please.
I'll give you my name and address first. Frank Berkowitz, 2631 Silver Court, East Meadow. Now, I said East Meadow, but I want you to know I live right off Belmore Road, less than a mile away, just across North Jerusalem. So I have many, many friends, relatives, neighbors, all that live around the surrounding area. I've driven down Belmore Road a zillion times going to the train, and I've heard a lot of the discussions here. And the comments I want to make are that I believe that from what I've heard, the developer, builder has really tried to be a good neighbor. This is going on for 4 years, and that building is deteriorating. And from what I've heard, everything's been addressed as best as I can understand. The infrastructure, the traffic, the sewage, the parking, the schools, the asbestos. I mean, and from what I also understand, everything's been in compliance up to this point, whether it be with legal or regulatory or county, I'm not sure what they all are. So we're left with one thing, 2.5 or 3 stories. That's what we're up to. And I'm going to speak a bit selfishly here about myself, because and all these things have been repeated already. But I believe that this project desperately needs to be built. Like I mentioned, I live very close to the community. I've been in there a long time. I'm in a split-level house, and in a not too distant future, I'm going to have difficulty with the stairs, and I need somewhere to go. I want to be near my kids and my grandkids and my neighbors. This offers me a viable alternative. Next thing I want to say is there has been some discussion, maybe not enough, that there hasn't been any taxes paid by the synagogue forever. So now we have a project that's coming in that's going to make significant contributions to our tax roll. That can only help us. And if there are a few children that wind up living in this project, believe me, the amount of taxes that we're going to collect from this new project is far offset the amount that the schools are going to have to incur to pay for a couple of kids. Let me see here. Also, we mentioned the condition of the building, and it's just going to continue to deteriorate. I don't know what's in there now. From what I understand, it's been trying to maintain the rodent issue and the trespassing issue, but these things can't go on forever. And as that building continues to deteriorate, I don't want to think about what ultimately is going to wind up moving in there, whether it be people homeless, or I don't even want to go where I think it may be going by changes in this country with the whole immigration issue. But that's my point of view. I strongly support the project, and I hope it's approved.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Barbara maybe it's Scareibeman. Thank you. Warren Berkman. Stephen Goldstein. Ron Simon. Are you Mr. Simon, or are you just leaving? Oh, Ron Simon? Okay. Paul Magsamen?
Thank you. I respectfully pass. I am fully in support of this project, and I live 3.5 blocks away from the proposed site.
Thank you, sir. Jason Fischetti. Robert Pfeffer, sorry, sir. I apologize. My kids say that to me.
My name is Robert Pfeffer. I've lived in Belmore North for 64 years. My address is 2717 Doris Avenue, which is 1 block north of Jerusalem, over by the bagel place. Anything I can say will be redundant because everybody's voiced very good opinions. I am not 90, I'm actually 18 going on with 72 years of experience. I don't like seeing any change. I remember Long Island when it was really Long Island. After World War II, Levittown started to spring up. Businesses flourished. Everything was good. It was suburbia. Now I've seen the changes, like Oberle's is a big condominium now. I'm just against the changes. But I'm going to be 90 this month. I don't have much longer
God
to
bless.
complain. So I'll leave it to the younger generation, and hopefully the zoning people will weigh everything heavily and make a determination whether this is good for the community or not good for the community. And they're good businessmen. They all want to make money, which is great. But I remember when my grandparents had a farm in East Northport, so I go back that far. They raised chickens and grew corn, and I got hit in the can by the goat, but all in material. Thank you for listening.
Wait, may I just ask you, you look so young. What's the secret here?
Oh. Well, I was an executive with Doubleday. I was in their international division and traveled to Africa for 5-week trips. So I was an executive, and when everybody else went out for a 2-martini lunch, I was on Park Avenue and 40th. I would walk all the way down to NYU and back. That was 82 blocks. I'd walk back and forth to the railroad station. When my kids were sick, I had to walk from Belmore Station home. And that's what I did.
Lots of walking.
Walking. I played tennis for years, and McEnroe would have had competition if I had been a little better. And I have a cocktail every night, which the VA says is good. And I eat an egg every day, which I have all my life. And I shouldn't say this in public, but I made a lot of love to my wife.
Thank you. Jesse? Impressed. Okay, I don't know who's going to follow that act, but Richard Russo. Okay. Annette Simrot? Okay, the subject property. Steve Branchenshire? He left, okay. And last but not least, Daniel Chekla. Come on up, sir. No, I said not least. Name and address, please, first.
Okay. My name is Daniel Chekla. I live at 1399 Liberty
Shh,
Avenue.
Please.
In Belmore, North Belmore. That is directly around the corner from this building. Okay? So I want to put to rest that I'm from some other area, or when you look out the second floor of my building, my house, you can see the building. I view that building every day. Okay? From my living room and from all of the bedrooms in my house. So I think I have a pretty good reason to be here. I am in favor of this project. I believe that the neighborhood needs it. I'm going to depart a little bit from the prepared remarks I had because a lot of my points have already been made. Points about the traffic, I think common sense tells you it's going to be less than what there was when it was a synagogue building. Because I know what there was. I've lived at that address for 20 years, actually 22 years now. I've raised 2 children there. They've gone to the North Belmore schools. They've gone to the Belmore Merrick Central High School District schools as well. I also, in a past life, was the vice president of the North Belmore Civic Association. So I spent a lot of time either advocating for projects that were good for the neighborhood or fighting against those that I thought were not. I believe this project is in the best interest of this neighborhood because right now we have a decaying building. It's a magnet for vandalism and graffiti. I know that the alarm goes off on a regular basis. So the police get called on a regular basis to that building. That means that there are kids going in shaking the doors, trying to get in, seeing if there's a door unlocked. So that's happening on a regular basis. So if building this building will put a stop to that, I'm all for it. Putting it back on the tax rolls, I'm all for that too. We're going to contribute to our local services, our school district, and again, the minuscule number of children that even are possible, because this is not Hollywood where we have, 70-year-olds having children. And does it happen? Sure. Is it going to happen in all 28 units of this building? Highly unlikely. I think those points have all been made already. So I'm not going to belabor this board with those points. However, there's a few things I want to say. With all due respect to my neighbor, Ms. Tuffarelli, when her complex was built, the same concerns were raised. Could Maple Avenue handle the traffic? There were 80 new homes built in that community. Okay?
When was that approximately?
That was, let's say 2008, 9. That project was held up for over 10 years. And this is my civic association experience. Before I bought my property, there was an Army base there, okay? And they gave me all kinds of articles. The real estate agent gave me articles about what was going to be there after I purchased. Oh, they're going to knock this down. They're going to put up single-family homes. I'm like, oh, this is great. Then I looked into the environmental issues. There were environmental studies done, so I was happy to see that things were remediated. But we raised all the same considerations: fire, water, sanitation, environmental impact. All of those things were, and lo and behold, and the impact on the school district. Now, the school district was, with Ms. Tuffarelli's, due respect, the school district was against her project because it was going to put too many children into the schools. That's far less than what this project would do. I have to say also that those homes are extremely tall buildings, because I have one right in my backyard that looks down directly into my den. All of the concerns that were raised about this building, I have about those homes that were built over there. I can also say the variance application today is for a 3-story building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So my neighbor directly across the street from me owns a 2-story, single-family, split-level home. When he blew out his attic and built up and put an accessory apartment in that attic, he now has a 3-story building, right? His home is a 3-story building. That's North Belmore. In fact, it actually backs out onto the Temple's parking lot. So there's a 3-story building that exists right there, right now. How many more of those are there all over North Belmore? I don't know. But I just want to raise that as an issue. If somebody owns a single-family home and they want to make a 3-story home out of it, apparently they can do that.
No, they can't.
Well, they did it. I don't know what you can say, but it's there. If you want to go take a look at it, you can. So it does exist, and I imagine that there's more of those. I'm in favor of this project for all the reasons that I mentioned. Last but not least, I want to just mention that we've been living there for 20 years now. My mother-in-law wanted to sell her home. She wanted to move in close to where her daughter was. But she also said, well, I need senior housing. I'll put my name on the list for the town. Now, after 5 years, nobody called her. How long can an elderly person wait for housing? She finally said, I got to find something. She moved out to Suffolk County, where there was adequate housing available. Studies have shown, by the way, that Nassau County is the worst county, the worst area in the New York metro area in terms of rental housing. We have the largest shortage of rental housing compared to Suffolk, Westchester, Putnam, Rockland, all of the counties in New Jersey. So it's a badly needed project. I don't know what else I can say. Oh, one last thing I want to point out. anybody who said that Mr. Layton was not responsive
Say
to
that
the
again.
community,
Okay.
I know he spoke with me. I know that he addressed a lot of the concerns that the neighbors have. Like we said, he made it 55 and over. People who said, well, he shouldn't make as big a profit. It's not a big profit. The point is, a developer has to be able to have an economically viable project, or they're not going to buy the property. Nobody wanted to buy that property except for people who were doing exactly what he was doing, and all of their units were much higher, 35 units, 40 units. The 28 units was the smallest project, from what I understand, speaking with the synagogue people, that they got offered. So they went with the lowest, so they were thinking about the community when they chose Mr. Layton to develop this. So I thank you folks for your time, and I hope you will use your good judgment to come to the proper decision, but this project definitely needs to go forward.
Thank you. Mr. Chekla? Mr. Chekla? Mr. Chekla? Mr. Chekla? Given that you truncated your remarks, would you like to submit the written version into the record? Or not? It's up to you. Sure, we'll take that into evidence. You have any objection, Mr. Baker?
No objection.
Okay. Since you tried to be brief, okay, thank you. Okay, so that's everyone who I have signed in. Is there anyone I missed who failed to sign in and needs to speak? Okay, so back to you, Mr. Baker, to sum up.
Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you for the board's patience and everyone in attendance. Certainly, the remarks have been spirited on both sides, and we appreciate that. Maybe it was very apropos that Mr. Chekla went last, because he kind of did my summation. It was actually pretty good. But I'll leave you with this. And I think, most of the comments that came from the members of the audience who are opposed to the project were addressed either by direct answers we gave when they made the comments, or during the body of our presentation. But I think the facts here are pretty simple. We're here for one variance. We've stated that many times, and that's the number of stories. The building that exists right now is a 3-story building, albeit not as tall as the one that would be built if the variance is granted, but height is not an issue here. We conform as proposed to the building zone ordinance. The reality is that, a different project could be built under the change of zone approval, but it is the opinion of the developer and our team that it would not be as favorable a project. It would be spread out and cover more of the lot. It would and could certainly be the same height as the buildings that are proposed now at 3 stories. So there's not much to gain there. I think we answered the questions that have to do with traffic and other issues that wouldn't make a difference if the building were 28 units or a lesser number. So the real reality here is that something could be built. This seems to be the best project as it is proposed, and we believe this is good for the area and the neighborhood for the reasons that many of the people have spoken about and discussed. There is a need for this type of housing, and the project is one that is taking an existing building that is deteriorating by the day, and we don't know what would come of it if this project is not built. The reality is this is not a situation where you have 4 or 5 or more lots that are single-family homes that are being aggregated to build what is proposed. There is something similar in form that's there already, and as Mr. Mueller testified, was at its peak significantly more intense traffic-wise. So, in our opinion, we believe this is a good application. We believe we satisfied all the requirements for granting this variance, and we leave it to the board to make your determination.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Okay, with that, are there any other questions from the board, or do I have a motion?
I move that the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar, give the board an opportunity to review the evidence and testimony, and all those who signed in will receive a copy of the notice. Keep in mind, though, it will be on reserve and for a while for us to digest what took place today.
And the copy of the decision will be mailed to each of you once it's made. Okay, thank you, folks. Sorry it was a long day.
Thank you all very much.
Good job contributing. Oh, second, all in favor?
Aye. You're welcome.
Wow.
Happy birthday, young fella.
Amazing for your age. You're so agile. Yes.
Solid as you roll.
Yeah, what kind of cocktail do you have each night?
That depends. I'll have a glass of wine, a beer, and like a cocktail.
With lemon or with onions or with olives? I like the olives. That was very kind of you, but. Oh, you know. So like, you know, right, so shall we proceed with the decision calendar from today's calendar? Case 194 of 2024, 11, oh, we already did that from the bench, I apologize.
Granted from the bench.
Granted from the bench. So then we'll move on to case 94 of 2024, SDL Belmore LLC. It's a variance to construct a 28-unit, to demolish an existing three-story structure, construct a 28-unit apartment building that requests a variance to construct it as a three-story building instead of the allowable 2.5-story. It's located at 1373 Belmore. Is there any discussion about this? I'd like to take a look at the surrounding community myself. I assume others would feel similarly. Any other notes we should put on the, so I would suggest we put it on reserve. Any other notes we need to get onto Christine's calendar so we remember those items when we get back to it?
My question is, on their conditions, comments, conditions, or whatever, we had presented which were not signed. I think he should tell us exactly what a 55-plus unit is going to be, because all they say is it's going to be a 55-plus community. That's not an explanation of what our 55-plus community is.
Hold on. What thing are you referencing? That?
Whatever it was.
The covenants?
Yeah, he doesn't have it in there. He has, this will be a 55-plus community. That
Right.
says nothing.
Right, and I think what he was saying in
didn't
here
say
that he,
anything.
I think he was just saying he was, as it's defined in whatever
No, he didn't.
materials.
No, he didn't. He didn't. Right. What was given to us and defined was a 55-plus community.
Right.
That is not a definition of a 55-plus
Okay,
community.
don't we, I was my understanding, maybe I'm wrong, that we have a definition of a 55 community that is used in our ordinance because it's relevant to the parking. Like, don't we have it defined in the, either the state code or the town?
Ms. Adams did find a definition that she presented, but
Right.
that is,
Okay.
which is.
Under HUD, okay, each household must have a resident age 55 or older, or a certain percentage of the households must have a resident age 55 or older. And it seems if HUD says at least 80% has to be, but in this situation where it's a rental, I think they should hold to each rental unit has to be the one person has to be age 55.
He did say that. He said the person renting.
He didn't say that.
He did.
I said that. No, he did
But
not.
he said it later because I asked him.
No.
And he said each person, actually said it more than once, that the lease, the person, the primary occupant and renter, the person on the rental agreement must be 55 and must live there.
Yeah, but what happens to the other people living there? There also has to be an age restriction to the other people living there.
How would that?
What do you mean, how would that be? There has to be an age restriction either to his spouse, to the person's spouse or partner, and to the children.
I'm not sure we're not getting.
What do you mean, we're not getting? This is
I know,
New York
I'm
State.
wondering, no, I'm just thinking, I have to think that through because I don't know. I think we're starting to get towards. Here's a
Be that.
455. So we're going to put this case on reserve, and we'll go from there. There were some other things that were mentioned in that hearing that yeah, so I'll get to that. Okay, 49, case 49 of 2024 in Belmore. Brian Dang, it's a request for a special exception to maintain a second accessory structure. That had a deficient mailing. That was adjourned to July 10th at 11 a.m. Now we can go to,
Louis Fanguli is here.
you can go to this, hold on.
Wait, just half a second.
Well, can I?
It's practical.
Actually, we don't even have to do the parking part of it. case. Joe. I'll call it first. Okay, so we have some housekeeping as it relates to case 218 of 2024 in Inwood, Yakov Ludmir and Yafa Gindov. It was a request for height, number of stories to construct a dwelling of 4 stories with a garage, a terrace, and greenhouses. The case was decided previously, but council recognized there was a typo in the manner in which it was captioned, which actually materially affected the way we would articulate the decision.
Sorry.
Mr. Pellegrini, would you like to make a motion as to that case?
I move that we reopen case number 218 of 2024, Yakov Ludmir and Yakov Gindov. It was originally for the purpose of modifying the caption. The caption originally was indicated at 3 stories. It should be modified to 4 stories.
And the testimony, all the materials accurately reflected the proposal. The testimony proceeded on the basis of it being a 4-story, so it wasn't, it doesn't materially alter what transpired.
So I move that we amend that caption from 4 stories to 3 stories.
The opposite, but second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I further move that we adopt the modification, including that correction of the title, with the same conditions that we previously imposed, and
Second?
they're attached.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Anything we need to do on the reserve calendar? I think it's prudent to wait for Mr. Regano unless there's something that must be done today.
What happened to Regano, damn it?
Motion to adjourn, or to close the hearing.
I make a motion to close this.
Second?
Second.
Favor?
Aye.